They're doing the owl thing again, aren't they? So, welcome in everyone to some more Dragons and Dice. What is this? Okay, I'm not gonna question it anymore. So we have some fun news today. We don't have Ace of Lion with us, unfortunately. He's out for the holiday weekend. But returning to us finally after a long hiatus is our very own Vicaro 777. So if you guys didn't see the shoutouts above, definitely go check out our lovely friends. They do streaming of their own, whether it be Apex, Call of Duty, Phasmophobia, Demonologist, or crazy Disney stuff, because I know we have a couple Disney adults. So So yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started for the night. We do have a fun little thing I asked our players to think of. Do you guys remember what I asked you to do?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh.
I wasn't here, so...
It was in the Discord. So
Ooh.
didn't read the
Sorry.
instructions. But I will...
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, yeah. No, I got you.
So,
Yeah, no. Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I got you.
So for tonight's session, I asked all of our players attending if they could think about what their player does in passing. Whether it be reading a book, maybe they do some sort of wood chiseling and whatnot to kind of like de-stress themselves between a dragon flying at them to whatever craziness this party gets itself into going forward. So we'll start from the top of our lovely little box of you folks over there on the far side from me. Soraya, played by our very own
me.
KZ. You were at the top. I don't know what to tell you.
Why can't it be like school so I can be at the bottom of the list?
Well, if it was like school, then technically Vicaro would be at the bottom of the list.
And that was never true. I was the biggest kid in school.
I was on my last name.
Does Soraya and
that would be
Solaris
first.
have a last name, actually? I don't think I asked you. No, you're the two characters that don't have a last name.
And I have a last name, which makes me last.
Yeah, so you still lose. So, Soraya. I think she froze. Oh, no, there she is. What does Soraya do in her downtime to detox from combat and the craziness of life?
Size of water genasi. Right. I make bubbles and then I freeze them to see how the ice is different every single time. And if I like what I make, I embed them into my skin.
Okay then. So you like do your own like piercings basically? You do your own like body modifications in a sense?
It's like tattoos. Yeah, it's more like tattoos, but yeah.
Okay. I'm here for that. That's pretty cool. Next up we'll do Baranus, played by Rob.
Baranus. So Baranus in his spare time. You know, I didn't talk when you were talking. So maybe it's my turn now.
Oh sure.
No, so Baranus is I'm kind of modeled him after like characters from like Lovecraftian books where like they kind of stumble upon like deep like arcane knowledge that no person should really lay their eyes on, or else they'll succumb to some like crazy madness. So when Baranus is just hanging out, a lot of the times he's like perusing notes from one of his many excursions to discover, long lost, tomes of knowledge and artifacts. He also likes to read. He likes to read little novels, novellas. No, but most of it's just like going over notes from his excursions, and if he was able to snag any book from his adventures, he's usually just kind of like going back and just like reading over stuff like fervently and sporadically.
Okay. It makes sense here, like knowing your character's backstory. So I'm here for this.
The texts.
Next up, we'll have Solaris, played by the one, the only Walter.
So, Solaris, I'm just gonna kind of just hang out with BP and Bacon Bits. I'm gonna use the oil that I have and just kind of like put it on their gears, kind of like just do like some basically like routine maintenance. At the same time, though, obviously, I'm always looking to improve them in some way. So, yeah, I'm kind of tinkering with them, trying to see if I can make possibly the metal that they were made out of maybe thicker, maybe make things a little bit better. I'm just trying to work on some upgrades, just slowly but surely.
Oh,
chilling out.
He's just chilling. He's just tinkering away.
Yeah, not really talking to many people and just kind of like making sure Soraya is chill.
As she sits there with little bubbles on her skin.
That's Soraya.
That's your sister. Nice. All right, I'm here for that. That's pretty cool. I'm intrigued to see what your army of constructs is going to look like and how long you're going to have to spend fixing them down the line. Last but not least, we have Carter Slade, played by Vicaro.
Add it.
So what does the cowboy do?
Oh, what else would any good cowboy do? Play the guitar and sing about the shit that's happened to him in his life.
Now the real question is Carter Slade proficient with a guitar?
He is, because I picked up music.
Oh, okay. I was about to be like, I think I got him here.
I picked up musical instruments.
I'm here for that. Okay. So what we need is at some point is Carter to roleplay whatever he is singing.
Oh, bro,
sometime.
I have a wealth of country songs I'm ready in the back of my
Here
mind.
last week, we're put on a performance.
Oh my god! Yeah.
We would have been the Allman Brothers Band.
Legitimately. All right, cool. So you're just kind of ironically setting kind of like the mood of like.
Oh yeah,
the
come on,
group
sit
then
by
at
the
that
fire,
point.
play a little music. I mean, in hindsight, that's what I normally do.
Singing about a beat up Chevy and some old blue jeans.
Okay. We don't have Leo this week, so we'll get Leo's thing when he comes back for the next session, and then some other fun stuff down the line. So with that covered, thank you guys for brainstorming some fun stuff about your characters. If you guys liked it, maybe we keep adding and seeing the growth of your characters on and outside of the actual session kind of thing.
Hell yeah.
Why are you glaring at me? I'm just making growth of your character. It's not like I'm just dropping like constant trauma. Yeah, you look like you're glaring at me.
No,
Everybody glare.
my glasses are fucked up. I'm trying to read the chat.
Oh, okay, got you. I was like, why is she glaring at me for? I did nothing wrong yet.
She just does
I'm
that.
trying to read the chat, but I can't see.
I'm blind.
She's just a glaring kind of gal, you know?
Well, while you're trying to see, Casey, could you give us a recap of last session, please? I would appreciate it.
Our sentinel events, too.
So it's gonna be an interactive because I didn't take any notes last session. I don't know why.
The lore master
great.
doesn't take notes.
This campaign, I'm doing fantastic. Honestly, you should take it as a compliment. I'm so
Invested?
there's a word.
Enthralled?
Enthralled. That's the one. I'm so
Procrastinating.
enthralled by this campaign that I'm forgetting to take notes.
I'll take that as a compliment then. Would you like me to do
I
the recap
remembered.
for you then?
No.
No.
We remembered just now before you started that we were on our way to Verdusk from Greenest. We got a carriage and horses. and everything was chill. Everything was lax. We got tuber dusk, and
We had a javelin throw with orcs.
Yeah, and
which was
we rescued
featuring
Araya.
Brandis.
I'm a big
It
strong
was
man now.
just Baranus.
Brandis did 2 javelin throws, and he is now big strong man according to the orcs.
Why would you remind him?
Big strong
Because
man.
he reminded himself.
I'm the big strong man with a -1 strength modifier.
Right. So then we rescued this bitch named Araya.
Cinder touch.
Yeah, who was I guess a full elf, a druid, and she's got an attitude and apparently trauma. But we made it to Dusk. We did a little shopping, and we went to a temple, and then we had a whole ass concert. Everybody got instruments, the whole thing. And then we picked up our shit from the store for the people that got stuff, and then we hopped in and skipped on over to get to El Terrell. And on the way there, we got chased by dragons. But not just dragons, 2 blue dragons. And then we stopped to take a rest because we were all too flustered and didn't know what to do with ourselves. And we're still on the road to El Terrell.
Baked Potato has overalls on now.
Oh, yes.
BB has overalls.
Because we stayed in the Marklo's tavern with all the Marklos. Marklo, and Marklo, featuring Marklo, owned by Marklo, opened by Marklo, managed by Marklo, supervisor, Marklo, waiter, waitress, butler, Marklo, parking attendant, Marklo, customer service representative, Marklo, human resources department, Marklo.
Jennifer.
Oh, you forgot
Finance, Karen, obviously.
But she goes by Marklo when like they're at company retreats.
Right.
Right.
Gotta
That's how they get the discount.
gotta stay face.
Right.
Punch the resume on that.
I think that
I
was
honestly,
the funnest like NPC encounter because like there's no crazy names, backstories, or anything. It's just they're all Marklo. They run the inn. It's like this is amazing.
I was living my life so calmly, not thinking about Marklo.
Yeah. Welcome back to Marklo being a thing still.
Hoard of the Marklo.
Lord Marklo. So yeah, thanks party for that interactive recap of last session.
Thanks for helping me, guys.
I'm glad I could be here.
So as the party goes through their morning rituals and things of that nature, cleaning up from their hastily made camp of trying to get some rest, avoiding any hopeful other dragon encounters, as this would be dragons number 3 that the group has encountered throughout the Sword Coast, making their way north. As you guys are getting ready, though, Carter sitting by what's left of the fire, just kind of like coals and ash there at this point, to give just a nice little warmth in this spring morning here. As Araya comes and sits down next to you and just kind of bobs a little bit along to the music. Her hair kind of now pulled back behind her ears, as you can see now her full elvish appearance as she's sitting there. A little bit of time goes by as each of you finish your morning rituals and that, and make your way to the fireside there. As Araya kind of looks over to both Baranus, Soraya, and Solaris, makes eye contact with the 3 of you. Her face soft. One of the few times that the party has seen not this fiery passion in her face. Her eyes not getting daggering you into the very soul. She looks both of you over and looks down, just kind of stares into the coals themselves. She looks up one more time and goes, "Thank you," and looks directly back right into the coals again.
You're welcome. Thank you for saying thank you.
Why are you
Finally.
thankful?
Saving her, bringing her along with us, giving her food, shelter, making sure she's been protected.
Oh yeah, I guess you should be thankful for that. You're right. I did not get a thank you. I think that was kind of one of the reasons why I was a bit abrasive when we first met her.
Yeah.
Better now than never.
So thank you, Araya, for thanking.
Well, let's be honest. We don't do this for the things. We kind of do this for the gold.
Yeah, gold's pretty nice. I like shiny. I like cool like towers and stuff. But I'll take a thank you.
I don't have much to offer in gold, unfortunately. But I am appreciative of your help and your kindness.
Yeah, I'm pretty good on gold right now. So, I mean, if I had nothing in my pockets, I mean, I'd probably be a little bit more apt to require some sort of financial compensation. But take that thanks and just like put it in my pocket. Save it for a rainy day.
Right. A rainy day. Yeah.
In greenness.
And she looks up to the sky this time. It's a pretty clear day so far. A couple clouds, but nothing that hints at any possible storms on the horizon for the party.
Thank you.
What would you like to do?
We want to keep on making our way to El Terrell. Onward and upward.
Onward.
Let's keep
Onward.
moving.
So the party packs up and begins their trek towards El Terral. I'm assuming we'll be having Carter pulling the cart, driving the cart at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now let's leave the guy with the best eyesight in the front.
Right. Okay. So you guys make your way going up the Northwood road here. Bit of time goes by. Horses are a little skittish at the moment after yesterday's incident with the dragons. Occasionally, Carter, you're having to give them reassurance in that. Once in a while, Araya leans over and kind of just like makes some odd horse noises and then just sits back down.
Do I understand the horse noises?
Can you speak with animals?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, I speak Druidic.
It's not druidic in itself. It's actual speaking of the animals, like a beat.
Oh, like beach.
Like a that kind, you know.
Squeak, squeaker, squeak, squeaker.
No. Can't talk to animals.
No. Okay.
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh,
Not yet. I'll say though, as a druid though, you can easily recognize that she's giving some sort of like encouragement because of the tone that she, or like even with like it being like horse-like sounds coming out of her. There's like a tone of like caring and nurturing to it. As the group continues on, passing over some land.
land.
Some land. Carter, you're leading the group, so you'll notice this first. about 60 feet from you guys as you come up over a hill, and you can see like a bit of where the river gets shallow enough that you can see like there's a path that the group can travel across with the cart and not have to worry about any damages and that to it. You do see some figures off on the road there that are just kind of like sitting in the middle of it. You can see 3 smaller figures on the side closest to you. And then in between this kind of like triangle that they form is this large wolf-like creature with another one of those figures on top of it. And then on the other side you can see kind of a similar pattern of these individuals, these 3 small creatures, and then like another one of these big wolf-like creatures in the middle of this like triangle that they formed.
Oh. Wolves.
Wolves.
I'll tell you what, Brandis probably would have got a big hit from this.
So, can I... How far away are they?
About 60 feet from you guys.
About 60 feet.
Should we
Nice.
investigate?
I say we should get in a little bit closer to see what's going on.
Alrighty. Yeah, I guess I'll lead the horses in that direction.
All right. How much closer do you want to get?
I'll get about 30 feet.
Yeah,
30 feet.
I
Okay.
get my eyes on them.
As you get about 30 feet from the creatures, now that as you get closer and closer, you can make out that the party as a whole can make out, and as well as hear them talking, kind of like this, like speech that's going on. They're not very quiet as you get closer and closer, but the party themselves, having traveled a decent amount of the Sword Coast, can recognize these creatures as goblins.
Ah,
Oh no, goblin tactics.
oh no. Can anybody speak Goblin?
No one in the party speaks Goblin?
Hold on a minute.
Hold on. I'm actually taking notes. Hold on. I know deep speech and primordial.
Ugh. Nah, I don't know Goblin either. I only know Giant, Elvish, Draconic, Common, so let's...
So no one.
Would Solaris and I
No,
know about goblins though?
I speak Abyssal, Common, Draconic, and Infernal.
The party knows a goblin. They're pretty common creatures throughout the land itself. That looking at it now that you're a bit closer, you're like, that's a goblin. No doubts about it. Whether you've seen them throughout the cities themselves, when you've been traveling and seen like a band of them roving across the fields.
They're speaking gobbledygook.
But as
Are
no
they, like,
one
beating on
can
them?
speak goblin, no one comprehends what they're saying.
Can we kind of like, can we see if they're like actually like beating on this thing, or is this like wolf creature like,
Well,
like,
they're
do we-
sitting. I
like
don't
are
think
they
they're
in like,
doing much.
are they in, like, is the wolf creature or whatever in like shackles or anything like that?
You can see. I won't make you roll for this as you're only about like 30 feet from it. You can see that like there's kind of like a leash collar on it, kind of similar to like the bits that like the horses have.
Okay.
That like comes down the side of it. Currently, it's kind of wrapped up on the side of it, not being used at the moment. As there's like these 3 goblins forming like a triangle around it. Brannis, go ahead and roll me history.
History.
As you're
Oof.
looking over this wolf-like creature.
10.
A 10?
Mm-hmm. With my modifier.
With a 10... This, you can definitely tell with the sheer size of this animal that it's not just your typical kind of like wolf, obviously. As you're looking it over, you've heard tales reading through different tomes and that of like other beasts that are wolf-like. And as you're sitting there, like, oh, is it this? Is it possibly like a werewolf? You're like, no, it's middle of the day. Like, why would there be a werewolf here in the middle of the day? And you're just boom, boom, boom through like a million different like wolf-like creatures as fast as you can. A 10, yeah. You just as you're about to like kind of like give up on trying to figure out what this is, you're like, oh, it's a warg.
Oh, no.
With it not being like a legendary creature of any sort, there wasn't many tomes for you to read about it. But you had remember reading at one point or another like wargs and goblins having some sort of a relationship together, but nothing more in the tome that gave up to it, or at least nothing that you seem to care about.
Yeah. You know, I know we I've never been one to kind of like shoot first and ask questions later, but I'm not too confident in this situation being able to be handled diplomatically.
No, why
You
would
wanna-
you say that?
Well, I mean, at least in my run-ins with goblins, they haven't always been the most hospitable. Especially when they have a big scary animal with them.
Well, let's see. Let's grab their attention and see what they do first.
Okay,
If they flinch, well, you know what to do.
I'm in. What do you guys think?
Chris, I'm gonna do the old school.
You go to turn to the rest of the group and go, so what do you guys think? As that goes whistling throughout the air. I'm guessing you do it loud enough to catch the characters.
Yeah, because in real life, that thing, you can hear it
Yeah.
within 30 feet for
Yeah.
sure.
So as you whistle out, yeah, they'd all, even the ones on the far side of the river, change their positioning enough to turn around at the sudden sound of this like whistle throughout it. You can tell the ones that were looking your guys' way, they're not really phased by it. They kind of like perk up a little bit at the sound of the whistles, but they're not phased as much as the ones that weren't looking your guys' way. Because you now have this goblin group's attention, their full attention.
With what I'm seeing, any weapons of any sort, any...
Roll me perception.
Oh, thank God. The one thing I'm good at. A 9 plus 6.
So 15.
15.
As you're looking them over, you could definitely tell the warg is very powerful. As like you're hearing like Brian's go, oh yeah, so that's a warg, and you're looking it over like, oh, that's a beast, that's for sure. That's a mighty beast. As you can tell, it's got rippling muscles on it and everything. Like this thing could easily take down the horses on its own. The goblins themselves, as you're looking them over with a 15, they're not as heavily armed as like you had seen it like some of the cities that you guys have gone through. They're even less armed than like the greenest guard themselves. With a 16, I say you can see like there's like a sword of some sort on their sides, very like crude construction of it, like very like jagged blades and everything that are coming out of like the sides of their belts. And you can see that a decent amount of them have like short bows on their sides with a quiver of arrows as well too.
But what I can see is no malintent, right, of them grabbing that shit.
At the moment, they're kind of just at the ready. They're not like ready to just bum rush you. I'll say with that 15, they're not like, or that, yeah. Well, I'll say they're not like ready to like come at you immediately. But they're not sitting there lax. They definitely have their hands on weapons.
All right, I'm gonna tell Solaris and Soraya stay by our our friend, and you want to come with me? See if we can see if they're friendly or not. Yeah, I'll stay and protect the wagon, and we'll move up a little closer.
You got it, dude.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
All right, we'll do that, Chris. We'll start walking their way.
Okay.
Granted, I'm going to walk with my hands away from my... Well, I have a cape, so technically they couldn't see my right hand. They can see my left, can't see my right.
So you're trying to
I'm gonna-
walk with your hand inside of like your...
No, just normal, like if my hand's down. Like if I decide to put my hand on it, they wouldn't be able to see it anyway.
Okay.
Because remember, I have the drape thing over my right arm.
Right. Okay.
I'm gonna kind of walk behind Carter, keep a little bit of distance, considering I'm squishy
You're squishy. You're quite squishy. Okay.
and at the ready to toss some stuff.
How close do you guys want to get to these goblins? They are about 30 feet from where you guys left the rest of the group.
Move up about 15 feet more.
15 feet more? Okay.
Yeah, and I kind of want to have my hands up in the air, like we're not coming to kill you. Like kind of like to try and like mimic like there's no like ill intent or anything. Even though I can use I can just be like.
Okay. While these two are walking up, you see Briannas with his hands up in the air already, and as he's walking forward with Carter. Is there anything that our dear twins would like to do? Nothing?
So there's no one in the front of the wagon manning the horses now?
Not at the moment.
Okay, then I would like to just go up and man the horses.
Okay.
Just in case. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So you position yourself behind them. Do you hold the reins or you just kind of have them by your side?
Can I have them by my side, and can I instruct Bacon Bits to go sit on B's shoulder?
Yeah. This is it.
Wait, what?
Thank you.
You don't see this. You're looking straight ahead at the goblins. You don't even have any idea what's happening behind you at the moment. So you get your 15 feet closer to the goblins. You see they all kind of look at each other for a moment as they continue their speech between each other. As you're sitting there, yeah. Do that. Okay. The goblin in the front's gonna walk the remaining 15 feet between you guys and come up to you by himself. He's got his one hand loosely on the pommel of his scimitar. Now that he's gotten closer, you can tell the armament on his side there. Jagged blade coming out of the belt loop that he's crudely got constructed with his armor and that. As he walks up.
Can I see if we're getting surrounded at any point? Just keep my eye out around us, to our flanks.
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception.
14.
14. Okay. As you're looking around at the moment, there's nothing around you for a while other than these goblins in front of you. Appears to be fine.
Okay.
As he walks up, yeah, as he goes, and looks between the two of
Question,
you.
partner. Any of y'all speak common?
Yes.
Do you speak common?
I speak
perfect.
common. What do you want?
Well, we were just wondering everything was okay over here.
It's fine. What do you want?
Oh, well, we saw your big old beastie, and we were just wondering what it was.
That warg. Mighty beast.
What are...
You have horse. That's mighty beast too.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of fur. Really cool looking.
What one? Why are you here?
Big beast. That's cool.
Oh, we're just trying to get through the path. We saw that y'all were closest to get through the path.
You wish to cross the goblin toll?
Yes. Oh, is this a toll?
I'd like to walk up next to Carter.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just be like, a toll? How much is the toll?
20 gold per person.
20. I don't feel like that's enough. What if I give you a lot more? What if I give you 1 gold piece? Because of your awesome looking beast there.
So you're trying to offer him a single gold?
Yes. 1 gold. Lot better than 20 gold.
Go ahead and roll persuasion with disadvantage.
I cast guidance via my homunculus servant on his shoulder.
What's the travel speed of your homunculus service?
Travel speed is 30 feet flying.
Okay. You'll get to
The
him.
reach for the spell is 120 feet.
Okay, so like it kind of like carries the guidance with it.
It channels it through it because my power is channeled through it because it was made via my power.
Okay. As this little pelican comes up and just lands on your shoulder, this tiny pelican comes up and just lands on your shoulder there, Brian. This is... Carter, this is the first time you've seen this creature. As you can tell, it's made out of some like gem that's just sitting on his shoulder at the moment.
Wait, do I finally notice this thing?
Mm-hmm. You now see his pelican about like this big just come flying out of nowhere and land on Brian's shoulder. As you have guidance, so add a D4.
So I rolled a 19 and a 20. So 19 plus 4, so 23.
23. The goblin goes, one gold. Hold on.
It's not bad.
Hold on. You say this is a better deal?
Way better deal.
Way better deal.
Oh, okay. Hold on. As he
What 20 makes it common? One special.
hobbles his way away from you guys.
When I think of you're a genius, by the way. Very underneath my breast.
Only if it works. Only if it works.
Well, let's pray to God we don't have to fight the wolves, you know?
It's okay. It's okay.
So as you guys are talking and that, the original goblin comes back as he wobbles up. This time with
Before
another...
all that happens, I'm going to ask him one thing. Do you know what this creature is, and does it have weaknesses?
I guess I could use... would I be able to do, like, a check for that? I guess of a ward?
Roll me animal handling.
Oof. 11.
An 11. You don't know of any known weaknesses of it. You just know that this is a formidable creature.
Sure.
As you...
Yes. So, it's big. I know that. It could really do some damage, but as far as weaknesses, it's not really ringing a bell.
Okay, what's going to happen next is you know how he said our horse was a great beast? Your boy's going to try and do a trade, so let's see.
Roll me stealth as they've started coming back, and you're trying to whisper.
Both of us?
18.
18? No, just him.
Hold on. Plus my stealth, plus 5. So 23.
Okay. So the goblins come up hobbling up, and the second goblin looks to you, and looks over to his compatriot, and just kind of goes, "Man, 20 gold per person. 1 gold not good enough. You try to feel this stupid."
Well, how about this? What do you think of our horse over there?
I'm not giving him our horse.
It's horse.
You'll see, just wait.
What about it?
So, what if I made you a deal where I'll trade you my horse and I'll give you some gold for our passage, and I'll trade you our horse for your ward?
No. Warg belong to Goblin Hoard. You give us
Goblin
20
Hoard.
gold per, or no cross Goblin toll.
What if I just give you 20 gold for all of us to pass through? You can buy a lot of warg with 20 gold.
20 gold or no pass through. At this point, he puts his hand right on his pommel of his scimitar.
Alright.
How about this? Let us go back and talk with our party, and then we'll let you know the answer.
Fine. 20 gold or no pass. Go.
All right. Give us a few minutes. Let us go talk to our people.
Beep, 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 beep.
So you guys make your way back.
Can I roll a perception check on the number of people? Number of goblins.
On goblins, go
Number
for
of
it.
goblins.
And I'd like to just continue making my way back to the whatchamacallit, to the cart. He wanted to
25.
Okay. As you're looking around, you see the 6 goblins, the 2 wargs, nothing else.
6 goblins and 2 wards, huh?
For 2 formidable creatures. So I guess we've made our way back to the cart. They want 20 gold from each of us in order to pass through. And they are not up for negotiations. So what do you guys think?
So what do they just want 20 gold per person?
Yep. And then
It's
we
like-
pass through.
So is this like did you guys ask, like, is this like their business model?
Apparently, it's a goblin toll,
Yeah,
and they
they
have a
kinda-
horde. So we did get information on that.
Yeah, they've adopted a very strict take it or leave it policy.
So what if they take our stuff and then just leave us for dead?
Well, so that's the thing now. Now, if I remember correctly, we do have someone that can control water, don't we?
Is water close enough?
I don't know what you're implying.
Well, so, darling, it's either we pay the 20 each person, or we make our own bridge with some controlled water. I've seen you do it before.
I can't do it that much. And also, I'm not your darling. Okay.
As you say that, Araya walks up and puts a hand on your shoulder there, Soraya, and just goes, hold on a second. She looks over to Carter and goes, so we don't want to pay the gold, right?
I mean, preferably no.
And then she looks over to the front of the cart where Solaris is sitting and goes, and I don't like goblins, and you guys don't like goblins, right?
Uh-huh.
Not a fan.
And she's looking to Solaris for some reassurance there.
I've got some trauma.
Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Araya?
I might, as she hops off the cart immediately without waiting for the rest of the group, and
I'm
starts.
going to follow behind.
As you
I'm
hop
with
behind her. You guys get about 10 feet from where the goblins are still standing in the middle of the road, and she just goes, wait, hold on a second. And she walks up the rest of the way to the goblins. Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Just a reminder, it is a Friday in Greenest.
I kind of like to turn my attention to them up there, still staying relatively like halfway between them and the cart.
Okay. They're not too far from the cart at the moment.
Just want to get some bodies in front of me.
I'm assuming.
The bodies
be
hit
right
the
there.
floor.
Can I whistle for BP to come to my shoulder, please?
BP comes to your shoulder. He hops off the cart. Yeah, she's gonna place herself right there. So she walks up and kind of like stands to the side of the goblin, so like you guys get side profiles of her. She's got her spear in one hand. As you see, I'll say, yeah, the whole party would see this, so she's not gonna try to hide it. As she like gestures out towards them, and just flames shoot out of her hands at the two goblins in front of her. Just huge eruption of flames just engulf them all.
Honestly, work.
As she's casting Burning Hands
Oh God.
at a 2nd level spell.
Oh God.
She a bad bitch. She don't need no mans.
Goblins will need to make dex saves.
Oh my
That
God.
is a fail. That is also a fail. So they will now take damage.
Oh dear Lord, it's a level 2, by the way.
It's a level 2 spell. It is 4d6. And they failed, so they're going to take full damage. Oh, shit. She did some damage. Yeah, both goblins just are incinerated as you just hear them scream out, just like the smell of flamed goblin flesh just fills the air immediately with how close you guys are. As they both
talk about getting roasted.
As they both just crumble to the ground, just writhing in pain, and as they die, she doubled their health.
Well done.
As she looks over to the rest of the group, goes, "Good plan."
Good plan.
Okay, roll initiative party as the rest of the goblins draw their arms.
This is a woman after my own heart.
All right, cool.
Oh my god.
Ow.
My friend Pedro, we don't, because we don't pay tolls or taxes.
I mean,
If only I could do that with a tolls floor.
In real life.
if you could only do that with the cheese
Pretty
tax.
hands.
The cheese tax. The cheese tax.
Let's see, goblin.
Pay the dairy tariff.
Oof, they rolled horribly. This is gonna be a bloodbath. I can already tell. Oh my god. All right.
It's not their fault. They don't know how to roll dice.
Oh wow. Okay. Araya is out for blood. So, 20 to 25.
20.
20. Who has the higher dex?
Oh, that's 100%. I mean, I
not
have
me.
20.
It's not me.
Bro, I'm maxed out.
Harder.
Yeah, no, I got it.
15 to 20. What'd you get?
13. Oh, no, wait. 15 to 20. Wrong math. I know how to math. It's fine.
I feel like we just had a TikTok about this.
I'm gonna doodle my ass out of here. You know what? You guys don't need me, right?
Araya actually
Okay.
beat you. So, 10 to 15. So 13. What'd you get, Solaris?
I got a 12.
This is... I don't think Solaris has gone after Soraya yet. So this is new. Okay.
What a time to be alive.
This will be an interesting fight, to say the least. Alright, so... let me reveal the map.
There's a map.
There is a map.
Work. Honestly,
Honestly.
work.
Isn't this the map?
Hmm?
Is this the map I died in?
No, that's a different one. That is a different map that you died on.
Oh yeah, there's no bushes. You're right.
Well, there's bushes.
Who is the
BP.
So next to Solaris' icon is BP. The red-headed elf is Araya.
Hey, yo.
You weren't here when we introduced her to the party, so
Right? She fine as fuck.
she's something else. But Carter, you are up first as you roll the highest initiative order. So what would you like to do?
Man, you should already know by now I'm gun crazy.
These guys are eviscerated. They're gone. There's just ash where they were originally at. Runs to the side.
Yeah, well, there's kind of people in my way, and it's kind of always a fucking problem. So, yeah, pop shotting this dude in the face.
Before you do anything, you will roll me perception.
Oh. I don't know. What's in the trees, man?
A 10 plus 6, 16.
So as you run over to the far side of the map, you see that there is another one of the goblins off to the north end, as he's like straight up hiding behind the tree trunk itself.
Like terrifying or like
He's just
fucking...
hiding behind the tree. It's hard to tell from how far you are, like any like expressions on his face, but you can tell that earlier when you had looked around that you had not seen him because he was completely covered.
And you said to the north of me?
Yep, all the way to the north on the other side of the nope, all the way over here.
I can't see your squigglies.
You gotta scroll up.
Oh,
You should see a fourth goblin.
Is it the one behind the tree?
Yep.
Yeah, is it that one behind the tree over
Yep,
here?
that one behind the tree now.
Okay. They were gonna ambush us. These sneaky little fucks. Yeah, I'm still taking a shot at this guy in the front.
Okay, the one next to the ward.
Yeah.
Okay, do it up.
17 plus 9.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
5 plus 3 plus 5. 13.
13 damage as you pop this guy, as you hear this crack of your revolver go off. Very nice.
Oh, it's good to be back.
That's movement, action. Anything else for you, Carter?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, after Carter is going to be Baranus.
Alright, I'm gonna cast Chill Touch on the warg in front.
35 feet from you? Okay.
Yeah, it's got a range.
Okay. Go. It's a dex save, I believe, for me? Or is it a roll to hit?
It's a roll to hit, so
Okay.
I got 18.
18.
Yeah.
That's a good hit. An 18 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah. Alright. I hate D&D Beyond sometimes.
So the party's taking on the Goblin Toll.
So that's gonna be 5 damage. The warp also
Has disadvantage.
on a hit, the target takes 1d8 necrotic damage, and it can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Yeah, it's
Until then, the hand
This-
clings to the target.
you got like this ghastly, like decayed hand. It's just grasping onto the scruff of this warg as it gives out a howl. It's like, very nice. Anything else for you, Baranus?
So I'm gonna use my bonus action to. I'm going to enact my Crimson Right. Right of the Flame. So I'm gonna slice my hand open, and I'm gonna coat the edge of my blade. And as I'm coating my blade, fire just engulfs it.
Just as this flame engulfs the blade. As you
I
cut
take
your hand once more.
I take two necrotic.
Okay.
I'm not gonna have it. 2 damage. All right, and that will be my turn.
All right. Next up is Araya. Oh, what is this girl gonna do? What is she going to do? Will she do that? No, she will not. Okay. So she is going to... maybe... Oof, nothing's too close to her for the attacks that she's got, so... We'll... Yeah, she'll do Scorching Ray then on the warg. She'll have to cast another second level spell. Oof! That's a 26 to hit, which will definitely hit. That's 2d6 fire damage that the warg's gonna take. She doesn't do as much damage as she did with her last attack, unfortunately. But this guy is, this warg is looking pretty hurt at the moment, actually, as it's, a bit of its fur is singed and everything. Your ghastly hand, your, like, decaying hand still hanging on to the scruff of it. It gives out more of a shrieking howl now at this point. She's gonna move herself over to there. And that was an action, bonus action. She still, or action and movement. She still has her bonus action. That is a spell. She's not gonna cast that. That will be her turn. After Araya is Soraya.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do, okay? It might not be very smart, but we're going to do it. I'm going to open a skip over here. Yes.
Okay. You
next to tree.
hustle your butt over there.
I do that skippity skip. And then I'm going to cast... How bad do I want to hurt this motherfucker? I guess pretty fucking bad, huh? I'm going to cast Ray of Frost at the big doggo. Give him big ouch.
Big ouch. Okay.
Yes.
30 feet away.
So it says on hit, it takes a 1d8, so I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna use my frosty dice.
Use the frosty dice.
I also would like to say I'm using my new...
All I heard was new.
Yeah. Your internet says whatever you have that's new, we don't want you to know.
Oh no.
Soraya's been attacked by
Very nice.
a demon from...
Oh, that is wonderful. That is
It's a what?
It's a 17 to hit.
17 will hit?
Beautiful. Okay. It's going to take a 1d8 cold damage.
Icy hot warg over here.
Icy hot. That is not very good. That is a 3 cold damage.
3 cold damage to the warg.
And its speed is reduced by 10 until the start of my next turn.
Okay.
Get fucking wrecked, bitch.
Oof.
And then for my bonus action, I am going to do a thing. Momentum. Okay. I am going to Shalala. That is my turn.
Very well. After Soraya is Solaris.
Hi, it's me, Solaris. I am going to I'm just gonna firebolt. I'm just gonna firebolt. Yeah.
There you go.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Right.
It's like the Eldritch Blast, the Sacred Flame, like Firebolt. Staple spell.
Right.
Do it up.
Firebolta.
Legitimately. When
That is going
out,
to be
cantrip it.
a 16 plus 6, so that's going to be a 22.
That will hit.
That 1d10. Oh, well, yes, Mama. Yes, God. Pray for Jesus. That's going to be a 10.
10 damage?
Yeah.
Dang. You got a good strong hit on it. It's still standing, but it is not looking too hot as it's got like huge chunks of its fur just smoldering off of it and falling in clumps onto the ground as it's just howling in pain at this point.
As it should. For my bonus action, I'm going to tell BP to go stand next to Soraya. So then BP, I'm just gonna move BP real fast. Will work. And BB is not going to do anything. BB's just gonna stay on my shoulder.
Very well. That it for Solaris?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next up is the Goblin Hoard. As the warg's gonna go first, with its reduced movement, it can still reach Baranus.
I didn't even hurt it that bad.
You did the most damage to it, actually. You and Solaris. Odd even. It's gonna go for Solaris. As you were the last to throw it a lovely spell. It's going to go after you with its bite attack.
Can I use a reaction?
What you got?
Do I have to wait until after you say whether or not you hit or not? Or do I use it now?
Typically, determine what the reaction is. Are you using shield, I'm guessing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me roll, and then I can tell you.
Work.
It's going to be a 15 to hit.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use shield.
What does your shield
so
look
does
like?
not
Because I think
hit.
this is the first time we've seen shield be used by you.
So I'm going to whip my shield out. And it's going to have like a rounded area right here just to protect the shoulder. It's going to have a rounded area right here. And then it's going to have like a longer area right here connected to these two rounded areas to protect like my face and like everything up here. And then it's going to have like a little bit of like a bulbous area right here that's like nice and sharp. So, you know, just in case things try to like come near it. I think you can understand what the shape is.
Yeah, as you summon this phallic shield of fire in front of you. I'm assuming it's fire since you're a fire genasi. This flaming phallic form as it goes up and smacks into it.
Oh, that a hot talkie.
So that will be the warg's turn. I'll say with both of you being that close, it's a little confused with the sudden emergence of this shield in front of it. The other warg is gonna go. Oof. This is gonna be. As it has enough movement to get up to Araya. And it's gonna attack her.
They don't get slowed by water?
It's shallow enough that it does not cause difficult terrain. This is
Fucking
why.
ass.
Hence why the
fucking-
goblins use this as the toll.
Boo-boo.
Let's see. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It meets her AC. Can she stop it? She cannot. Okay, it's going to attack her. So that's going to hit as this war goes down and clomps down on her with its jaws. She needs to make a dex or strength saving throw. Nat 20, so she is fine. She's not knocked prone by the beast. She's kind of able to push it off of her as it bites her, kind of as its teeth dig into her, dealing a decent amount of damage. Oof. That's gonna be that much. Ouch. She took some heavy damage there. Alright, so that is the warg. The goblins are next. They saw you shoot, so he's gonna have to move. He's gonna go 5, 10. That puts you in range of his bow, as he's gonna take out his short bow and as the arrow comes flying at you, Carter. That is going to be 21 to hit.
Yes, sir.
5 piercing as you take an arrow that came whistling from the other side of the river there. As another goblin is going to step out from behind his hiding tree and follow suit with his goblin brother and try to smack you, Carter. Does a 12 hit? No. He's not as good as a shot as his fellow goblin is. Lands a bit short. That was those two. These guys are gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. The Borgs are there. He's gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 as he starts barreling towards you, Carter, giving out some odd sounds of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20. So another one comes up towards you, Soraya. He is not able to attack you as he used his action to dash. So this guy's gonna go 5, 10.
He's
15.
a bitch.
1, 2, 3. He can't. 1, 2. So one of these 3. Alright. So he's gonna go after you, Solaris, as the goblin on the far end pulls out his short bow and lets loose an arrow. Nat 20. Okay, only 6 piercing damage that you take as this arrow comes through and gets you good in the shoulder.
Can I take it out, please?
On your next turn, you could take it out as like a free action.
Work.
That's that guy. They're gonna come out. As stepping out from their spots are 3 more goblins. I'll say the party can notice as this other goblin steps out. He's wearing actual armor in a sense compared to his cohorts here. He even comes out. He's got nice like ching ching kind of armor as it echoes across the field here. and even has a shield on his person. As it gives out a cry in Goblin to its cohorts. He's gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, dash action, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And that's all he can do. The goblins themselves are going to go 5, 10, 15. You are within range. Soraya and Araya. So this one's going to go for Araya first. That's going to be a 10 to hit, which does not hit. The next goblin's gonna come out. 15, 20, 25. And then this one's gonna come for you, Soraya. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 13 to hit.
Alexa, stop.
My AC is 13.
Okay, so that will hit then. Only 6 piercing as the arrow thwacks into you.
Whack.
Thwack. That is the goblin horde that, in its entirety. Carter, it's your go.
I'm gonna use Violent Shot.
Violent shot? Okay. What's that do?
When you make a firearm attack against a creature, you can expend 1 or more grit points. For each grit points expended, your attack gains +2 to the firearm misfire score. If the attack hits, you can run 1 additional weapon die per grit point spent. And if I roll a nat 20, I get that grit point back. 1 grit point back.
You get the grit point back with a nat 20? That's pretty cool.
Adaptive marksman.
How many grit points are you...
Or a kill blow to a significant threat. So I don't know if... Because I'm going for the ward, so I don't know if that counts. Because I don't know how you would judge a significant threat. I mean, is he a significant threat here in this fight, or is he a significant threat in general?
Okay. Go ahead and expend your grit points, however many you're going to. You can easily hit him without worrying about hitting Solaris, so he's a pretty big creature. It's a large creature.
Well, I'm going for the one in front of our friend.
Oh, in front of Araya?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Do it up.
That's a 21.
Was it a nat 20 or just a 21?
No, it's a 20 plus... a 15 plus 6.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Hold on. I'm wrong. It's 15 plus 9. So it's a 24.
Okay, that will hit. Go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay, 8, 7. That's 15 plus 4. God, I lost track here. Plus 4, that's 9. What is that? 19.
How many?
Plus another 5.
How many crit points did you expend?
1.
So you
So I
expend
get
1.
it. So I get 1 extra 1.
Okay, so you're 3d8 plus 5.
Oh. Yep.
So what'd you get? So what'd you roll?
I got an 8 plus a 7.
Okay, so 15.
15 plus 4.
19.
That's another 19 plus 5.
That'd be 23. Damn. That's a lot of damage.
23.
Not enough to kill it, but as your shot echoes out and rings across the area here, you got a good hit on it. There's just like a trail of blood that just goes beyond it for a good while, almost making itself through a decent amount of the river that's flowing behind it. With this trail of blood, just goes flying through the air. You can even hear it, like the shot ricochet off of a tree off in the distance.
And then I'm gonna use Accent Surge.
Okay.
And I'm popping the guy right in front of me.
So you got 3 shots left before you gotta reload. Do it up.
Yeah, yeah. Nat 20.
Nat 20. Go ahead and roll damage.
And I get my fucking thing back.
You get your thing back when you do it on that attack. Now,
No. Regain 1 when you roll a 20 on a firearms attack. Devil's in the details room.
With that creature, I would not do it to this creature. I would rule it to the creature that you're attacking, not any creature.
Oh. Alright, 920 then. 6, 5, 11, 16.
Okay. How do you want to do that? Because you had fucking like damn near tripled his health.
Oh shit. Don't walk up on me, partner. I don't like when people get close. I'm just gonna pull out, swing to the left and shoot him right in the face.
But pop him in the face. Nice cloud of blood in the air at that point. Ouch. That hurt. That was action, bonus action. You still have movement if you want to take any.
Yes. Shit. Wrong one.
Let's move back just a little bit.
Yep.
Barianus, you're go.
I would like to cast Toll Dead on the warg in front of me.
As it's taking damage, it will change it to the higher damage die as well.
Yes, 1d1. So you must make a wisdom succeed on a save wisdom saving throw.
What's your DC?
12.
It fails.
Yes. So that will be 11 damage.
As this warg looks around and it looks like a
You
dog when
hear
it
it?
hears like a whistle almost, but as it hears these bells tolling its own death, it falls to the ground with its eyes rolling back into its head. A bit of froth comes out of its mouth.
Go to him.
You say that?
Yeah.
All right, Solaris, you hear Baranis say "go to him" as he kills the warg right in front of both of you.
Honestly, work.
Got my cast in an arm.
My arm's in a cast.
Anything else for you, Baranis?
Let's see. Bonus action.
You still have action to move around and whatnot.
Yeah. No, I'm okay here. I'm gonna end my turn on that lovely note.
I mean, you killed the warg, so
It's my lucky spot.
small lucky spot.
I'm gonna start stroking my lucky
It's
eyeball.
Araya's turn. She's gonna do that, yeah. She's gonna... I already know what she's gonna do.
Hopefully fuck it up.
Kill it for death.
Be the bad bitch. Be the bad bitch. Be the bad bitch. Be the bad bitch.
Okay, she's gonna do that, actually. So, she's gonna run her spear into the ground, as some storm clouds form in the sky above her, and she points directly at the armored goblin that's standing behind this warg there, as this flash of lightning comes crackling down and lands directly on top of the creature there and gives out this blast of thunderous might.
Do I see that?
The whole party sees that. That is a fail. Does it pass? I think it... Oh my god, they both failed. Okay! That's gonna be... Holy shit. 3d10 damage. 7... That's gonna be 13 lightning damage as she calls down this thunderstorm upon it. Okay. So the warg
I'm gonna
is...
yell at her and be like, you gotta teach me that.
That's gonna be... Holy shit, she did some damage. So as, Soraya, you can see, the party at large can see this warg as, like, for a moment, its own skeleton can be seen within its body when the flash comes through as it collapses, just a sizzling, corpse at this point.
Cartoon.
As it falls to the ground, there's a brief moment where Soraya, you can see, like, kind of like where the hump of its one back leg goes, where you can see, like, electricity just surging through the goblin behind it. Like his hair, like the little bit of hair that he had that was kind of like leaning around a little bit, kind of like all messed up and everything, is now like standing straight up.
You gotta teach me that.
She's gonna looks behind her and gives her a playful wink, which is ironic for Araya. She's not been too playful. Boop. She'll move back with 30 there. That will be Araya's turn. Soraya, it is now your turn.
There we go. Okay. I was watching my internet. I want to play whack-a-mole with this bitch in front of me.
You can play whack-a-mole with your shillelagh quarterstaff?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Do it. Roll the hit.
$13 to nope. Just kidding. Wait. 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, good. And that's going to be 1d8 plus 2. That is math plus 2. That's 5.
That's 5 damage, you said?
Mm-hmm. Bludgeoning damage.
So you go up and you whack him right on the head and give him a good thump. He goes, ah! And bites his tongue a little bit as you see a nice welt start to form on his forehead there. Anything else for you?
No, that's it.
Okay, after Soraya is Solaris.
I am.
What you doing?
So
Oh,
I'm
wait.
going.
Take an extra damage off. I'm sorry. It's plus 3 because it has Shillelagh instead of plus 2. So it was 6. Not
Okay.
5. Sorry. Continue. My bad.
You're good.
I'm going to move right here,
He does the move.
and I am going to. I'm gonna take out my. I'm gonna take my hand axe. And I'm just gonna like,
In similar fashion, another bop.
yeah.
Okay. Roll the hit with advantage. As you are flanking with Soraya.
We flanking.
That's going to be a 15 plus
We're
4, so 19.
That hits.
Where?
He has 1 health. So as you come down, as Soraya comes down with her quarterstaff and gives him a nice wall up, and start to see the formation of a welt start there. So you come up behind him, Solaris, and give him another. You just cleave his head in twine.
Can he just like split in half and Solaris just like see me like standing on the other side like
He's not too tall, so I'll say like as you do it, it's like he comes up to about like your midriff area as he just kind of like cleaves his head open. The rest of him just kind of stands there and twitches for a moment as it falls to the ground.
Do we get a toy? Whack-a-mole.
No, there's goblin guts everywhere now. Unless that's a toy for you, I don't know.
Is there a toy inside? Like a candied egg?
I just reach inside that corpse's.
This is such an odd group. Anything else for you, Solaris?
I'm gonna call BP over to be next to me. But like in front. Yeah.
It's BP. Makes his way over.
That's it.
Good enough. So the goblins over here are gonna disengage. 5, 10, 15, 25. And start to make their way across the fields and into the tree line and out of sight. With the sudden occurrence of like seeing 2 of their wargs fall, as well as like half their forces decimated at this point, as well as the storm that Araya has called. It's just this 60-foot long storm just rumbling above the whole area. These guys are also gonna be like, bye, and take off. Have a wonderful time.
Bye.
As all of the goblin forces on the other side of the river just drop and turn and take off as fast as they galloping like dogs almost as they try to get away. As the goblin boss turns and shouts off just he is not gonna flee though. He is gonna go after. Oh, does he not? Does he have enough movement? He does not. So what he's gonna do instead, he'll move his full movement there. He's gonna take out a javelin and throw it at Araya. Oh! Dirty 20 to hit. She's gonna take that damage. Good hit on her as this is a javelin just sticking in her side right now at the moment. She's at that much health. Alright. That will be the goblin boss's turn. After him is Carter. What you doing, fam?
Question. If I use my dash, is that considered an action?
Yes.
Yes? Alright, he's getting shot.
I mean, like, you have a range of how much?
Fair point.
Like, I don't think I've made a map big enough that you can't hit. I don't think yet, at least.
Fair point.
Is what? He's at 50,
Yeah.
so you'd have disadvantage.
No, it's 40. I'm from 40 and below.
No, so the first number is what you can do without disadvantage. Anything beyond that first number to the second number is disadvantage. Other way around.
Oh, well then.
That's why the numbers in parentheses are like it has a slash typically.
40 to 120.
So right now you're at 45.
Yeah, I can't move any closer than that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll shoot with disadvantage.
I mean, you have a +9 to hit. Are you really gonna miss?
Fair. All right, the first one was a 15. Second one was a 10. But 10 plus 9 is 19.
That will still hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Got an 8. And an 8
How would you like to do this?
plus 5. It's going to be a run and slide shot.
Ooh. Okay, so as you run over there and you slide up behind Brannus as well as around the fallen warg, and you come out and just.
Oh, and it's like a baseball slide.
Yeah.
It's a the one where it slide stand up and shoot.
So you come around, you crack, as it just echoes, the bullet just whoosh, comes through his head, and blood and brains and guts just fly out of the side of his head as he falls to the ground dead. As the party sees the rest of the goblin horde flee at the sight of their previous boss now on the ground. As he has been slain. Very nice.
I'd like to go up to the goblin boss and see if he's got anything on him.
Okay. Make your way up to the goblin boss.
I'm gonna go check on Araya. Is that her name?
Yep. Her name is Araya. It's like Sir Araya, but Araya.
I'll run to Araya.
I'm assuming she said she's running to Araya.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 people are running to Araya. Solaris, where are you running to?
Can I go up to one of the beasts?
One of the wargs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna walk to the warg. You guys are walking up to Soraya, and you're walking up to the goblin. Okay, so we'll do the 2 dead creatures first. See what you guys are looking for. Brannus, is there anything particular you're looking for as you walk up to the goblin boss?
Any gold or any valuables that he may have been pilfered from other weary travelers.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me perception as you search him over. Solaris, when you're going through the warg, what are you looking for?
I actually would like to dig out one of the eyes.
One of the eyes.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd like to dig out one of the eyeballs.
Abouse.
Give me animal handling. Brannus, what'd you get?
17.
17. As you're looking them over, you see that though very mangled from the storm, which is still swirling above the party at this point, that you see that he had been wearing some sort of chain shirt. Now that bits and pieces of it have fused itself into his very skin itself. The shield, the armbands in that, though having metal, those metal bits you can tell have left singe marks in his arm. And then the backing of it, with having it been leather, was enough to not have attached the shield to the goblin boss's arm. You also do find on his person a scimitar, which as you go to look at it, you can tell it's just radiating with a bit of heat at the moment from the storm that has just happened on him. As well as finding 280 gold. And a nice little fur pouch. As you open it up, the coins themselves still steaming from the electrical storm that had just gone through his person.
You said 280 gold?
280 gold. Solaris?
I got a 15.
Okay. You're able to definitely chisel out the eye itself without causing any damage to it as it comes out. It's like moist, squishy. It's a sizable egg of like a eyeball, about like yay big, I'd say.
Like the size of my Dragon Ball?
A little bit
The big
bigger.
one?
A little bit bigger.
Palm size? Well, my Dragon Ball's palm size.
Yeah, about like that big, I'd say. Anything else you're looking for in the war?
No.
No? Okay. Add
No.
one warg eyeball to your inventory. Whatever you plan on doing with that. I'm now intrigued. Oh no, we lost KZ. She died.
I go up to B with my eyeball,
Yeah?
and I would like to take the eyeball out, and I would like to look at B, and I would like to say, I think you collect these. And I'm going to give him the eyeball.
You have an eye for quality. Literally. I'd like to I'd like to turn around and give Solaris half the gold that I had pilfered.
Okay.
So
140 gold?
140? Yeah, 140 gold to Solaris. Am I able to pour some water from my whatchamacallit? My water skin on that scimitar? Or is it like kind of like is it like unsalvageable?
Let's see. As you are you actually gonna go pour some of your water from your water skin on it?
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah.
Okay. As you go to pour some of your water on there, decent amount of it, it just goes, and steam comes off of it. As you wait a couple minutes goes by and you try to like touch it and whatnot, it's not budging out of the sheath that it's currently in.
All right, fair enough.
Soraya and Carter, you said you were going over to Araya. She's sitting there. She pulls out the scimitar or the javelin out of her side.
How you feeling, darling? You look like you took a few hits.
I hate goblins. But it was nice to see them burn. She looks up, kind of like winces as she lifts her hand up a little bit as the storm dissipates in the air and goes back to being a nice spring afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Not unclear for this.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take out my conch. And I'm going to put my conch and I'm gonna say, oh great conch. Is it okay if I heal Araya because she bad bitch?
I'm going to take out my conch because it's ringing for some reason. And I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to hear that. I'm going to... Yes.
Oh, the great conch has spoken. And I'm going to turn around and cast Cure Wounds on Araya.
It sounds good. I love this conch.
I'm going to use my conch dice for this auspicious occasion. Oh, how wonderful. She gets plus what else does she get? Hold on one moment, please. Please. Plus 2. She gets 7 points of healing.
7 points of healing. Very nice. She's looking a decent amount better. She's like sitting there and just kind of nods at you. A little bit of like a little heavy breathing. As the wound where the javelin had entered starts to like mend itself a little bit. A nice little scar showing
I go
there.
say thank you. Say thank you to the conch.
To the conch.
The conch.
The conch.
Just do it. Just do it. The conch is all knowing. Just do it.
She looks really dismayed at this point and a little very confused as she's just like, thank you?
And I put the conch away.
She
Very good.
just kind of looks at you and then looks at her spear, then looks at where you put the conch and then looks back to her spear and then looks at where you put the conch again and looks up at you and just goes, okay. I'm better now. Thanks. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That-
Yes.
Thank you. And she points at where you put the conch again.
I'm gonna run back to my brother.
So as the party reconvenes around each other at this point.
I guess we should saddle up and keep on down the road.
I guess we ought to hit the old dusted trail.
As the group starts to saddle up and looks around.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
What?
There is no cart.
No.
Oh,
no.
shit.
There are no horses.
Wait, where's Puff?
As Puff is sitting there behind a tree. He's just like, "Sup? What's going on? Did I miss it all?"
You miss. Yeah. Missed it all.
What? Oh, you got them all. Good job, guys. As he slinks right back behind the tree as you see a bit of smoke come from the other side.
Got
Oh,
They
wow.
stole our cart. What?
You're muted, V.
First off, I said 1, fuck goblin tactics. 2, I said if my old DM is watching right now, he's probably laughing his ass off at me because he knows I fucking hate goblins. And 2, I'm gonna go and look for tracks to see where they took our cart. That's 3, but still.
I would assume like part A, part B. One.
Math is hard.
Dude. You're gonna look for tracks. Okay. Pick a skill. Tell me how you're using it.
Investigation.
Okay. I'm here for this. Tell me how you're using investigation. Like, what are you
Actually,
doing?
I'll use survival,
Oh.
knowing that I've been on the road by myself a lot from previous times. I would know the difference between fresh tracks and unfresh tracks.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. I'm here for this.
That is a 13 plus 6. I have a plus 6 in survival. I'm proficient.
Okay. As you're looking around, you can see a decent amount of tracks that you're able to like kind of go, okay, this is Puff wandering off to the tree, and this is me and Moranis walking this way, myself going back this way, and yada. Able to kind of like trace the combat that had just previously happened over the course of like 18 seconds. As you go, okay, the carts were here, and you can see the tracks of the carts go off into the fields and out of sight. As you see no goblin tracks around where the cart had been.
But do I see where the tracks for the cart have gone?
You see that they lead off towards the west and off into the distance.
I'll let everybody in the party know, hey guys, it does look like they took off to the west. Funny thing is, there's no goblin.
They might have
tracks.
went back. How close are we to El Terrell? Like we've been traveling for what, 5 days, 6 days now?
27 Saturdays.
How do I want to do this?
I don't know. You the DM.
Roll me.
Rolls a D100, kills us all.
Like you all
Pick a skill. Tell me why. Tell me what skill you want to use to try to like discern where El Terrell is to your current location, as the party does not have a map.
Okay, first of all, how dare you come for me?
Boy, I'm not
Okay.
sure what have come in
You
handy.
didn't have to. You didn't have to
I
throw
never
that.
said who was the reason why you don't have a map.
How dare you?
I mean, anyone else could have asked Night Hill for a map.
I got the implication. I got the implication.
The implication.
I am going to use. I'm going to use survival. Soraya and I have been on the road for quite a bit. We know kind of what worn down paths look like and how, as you get closer to a city, the more worn down a path gets, right? Because more traffic is right around the city as opposed to further from the city, because people's routes then branch out. You know, some people cut through forests, some people cut through here. Whereas when you're right next to the city or surrounding the city within a certain parameter, the tracks will be a little bit more weathered. And we have a lot of experience with this because we're from like a very busy and big city, and we've been to the outskirts of the city before, and we've witnessed this before in our travels. So I would like to like look at the ground and kind of see like how weathered is the ground in and around us. Is it just like one track? Does it look like there's a lot of traffic that comes all from all different directions? Because that will kind of tell us how close we are.
Go ahead and roll.
That is going to be 17 plus 3.
Okay.
That's
You-
20.
You can definitely tell this is a very weathered road. Traveled
On the
a
road again?
decent amount. As you're like kind of like following the path and whatnot as you get close to the river, you can even tell that within the riverbed itself that there's a lot of like footprints and cart tracks and things of that nature that are
Ooh.
going through the riverbed there to the other side. It's hard to tell like if there's a direction that's more traveled, as it's just kind of like the whole path itself, this whole road is traveled quite extensively. But you definitely can tell there's a decent amount more of like tracks and hoof prints in the dirt and the mud and that than there are of just basic footprints.
So I'm going to say there's a lot of like traffic, especially through the water. And typically if there wasn't a lot of traffic that were in close intervals, the water would be washing away majority of like the footprints and the track prints. So I think we might be really close to El Terrell, which might make sense because the horses did know that they were to turn back and go home once we got close to El Terrell. So maybe if we keep going, the city will be right up there.
Let's hoof it.
Or town or whatever we want to call it.
I'm
Y'all
down
ready
for
to hoof it?
that. I need to stretch my legs anyway. I didn't move that entire altercation.
I mean, you did it.
Didn't.
You're not wrong.
I didn't have to though. That's the point.
So the party is going to quote unquote hoof it to get the rest of the way.
Yep, guess so.
Yes, sir.
Don't we got a choice, do we?
As the
Open,
party
open,
begins to
open.
travel north, crossing one riverbed, making your way about a couple
Making my way.
hours. Making your way downtown. After a couple hours, you do come across another river crossing. The road leading across this one, I'll say with that 20 that you had gotten earlier, and with Carter's earlier survival tracks, you guys can tell between the two of you that the path is getting a bit more worn at this point, a bit more cart tracks, a lot more horse hoof prints now, and then you're starting to see some even like basic foot travel from like boots and whatnot that are in the ground at this point as the party makes its way past this second riverbed and across the river here. A couple more hours goes on as the party comes to a fork in the road at one point. A fork in the road.
Fork?
Is this one nicer than the other fork?
Roll
a
perception.
Fork or a fork? Is it?
14.
14. All right. As Brandis, as you're looking around, and you're like, all right, there was a promise of a fork in the road. Maybe this is the fork, and you're looking around for a fork. You see no fork.
This damn fork is constantly eluding me.
Carter, as you're looking around as Brandis is more focused on the ground for some reason, as you're looking at him, you do see a sign prominently posted right where the fork in the road is. One pointed off to the right and that goes northward more. The sign saying a Scornoble, and then another sign that's pointing off towards the west of the road as the road branches off that way. That sign saying El Terrell.
And I'm gonna tap Baranus and be like, partner, I think you might want to look up a little bit.
I still don't see a fork, is what I'm getting at here. I'm looking for a fork in the road. It was promised to me or heavily implied.
Partner, they dropped you on the head a lot when you were younger, didn't you?
Listen, man, I just heard fork and I lost. Yeah, you lost me. I stopped listening after fork in the road.
Got it. Okay, so guys, that way.
The El Toro?
That's El Terrell, off to the west.
Didn't we have to go to Scornoble for something?
The guy said that we were going to have to go past Scornoble. But he didn't say that we had to go to Scornoble. We could try to take a quick detour if we wanted to. I don't know how far Scornoble would be out of our way to El Terrell.
These are the moments when I really wish our party would have got a map.
Don't talk about the map.
We don't talk about that.
I say Puff was the one that really wanted to do the shopping, if I'm honest.
Puff times up and goes, hey. I looked for the good shit.
It's the eyeballs.
And they didn't have any of the good shit.
I'm trying to accessorize here, goddammit.
Now, was the map be part of the good shit?
Listen, living on the wild side, learn and let live.
I say we go to El Terrell. We'll give Puff some more time to puff.
Yeah,
puff.
I think that's a good idea.
Think on his shopping decisions.
Yeah, I think you got taken for a ride back there in Baranusburg.
Baranusburg.
What path would you like to take, party?
West.
West.
To the east?
El Terrell.
West.
We're going west?
Quest.
Quest on a quest.
Can I make sure that this sign hasn't been fucked with in any sort of the way and we're about to get tricked and go into the wrong fucking town?
With your previous nat 20, I won't make you roll again as you're checking this out and whatnot. You can tell that this sign's quite weathered. There's even a part when as you're looking at the wood, you can see some sort of termites or some other small bug has started to burrow its way into the posting of itself. The words themselves written on the two different signs pointing off in different directions. Even the ink that was used to write them is very weathered itself. The fact that they were engraved gives a decent amount of okay, this is what it actually says.
Cool, got it. Just making sure.
So the party makes its way west.
West.
West on a quest.
On the road again. Can't wait to get on the road again.
So the party makes its way westward, occasionally getting passed by individuals riding on horseback and They go by. They give a slight nod, but don't stop as they continue down the path that the party had come from. A couple
I
humans
tip my hat to him.
nod their heads to you. No hats on any of them, unfortunately. As they make their way eastward, this party continues. Nightfall falls upon the Sword Coast. There's Puff at one point chimes in and goes, "So, it's dark as shit out here."
I'm gonna say we should hunker down for the night and do a nice rest.
I concur.
Same. This,
Sounds good to me.
Araya's still kind of clutching her side every once in a while as you guys walk.
Live and let die. Don't.
The
Don't.
party gets ready to bed down for the night.
I'm gonna make a fire.
As you go make a fire, Araya kind of looks at you as you're picking up sticks of wood and whatnot, kind of building it up and everything. She creates a bonfire.
Darling, that came in handy. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, doesn't look like I'm very much tired, so I think I'm gonna sit around and relax for a bit.
I could use
Well, I'm
some
pushed.
rest as Araya kind of walks to the side a little bit and kind of leans up against a rock that's nearby.
Just a boulder.
Puff doing devious Puff things to the side of the group. Other three of you, anything you're doing?
I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
Brannis. Boom!
Brother, are we chilling?
Just
are we sleeping?
Out in a second.
What time is it?
It's not too dark at the moment. The last bit of light of day is escaping as the shadows start to elongate at this point. And a bit of the moonlight starts to make its way up into the sky.
I'm good with going to sleep.
I go sleep. Need
So,
my spell slots.
party beds down for the night, leaving Carter to himself as he stays awake for a little bit. As Solaris, Soraya, Barana, Soraya, and Puff all bed down one by one, finish their nightly routines. And Carter, as you sit there watching them all go to sleep, you see the flames within the fire kind of dance in a way that catches your eyes, unnatural.
Long rest.
Let me guess. What do you want to talk about?
How is Livy? As the flames kind of
Fine.
part a little bit, as you, for the longest time, you haven't seen his face, as this distorted flesh that's botched and everything comes out of the fire itself to the collar. Two sets on each side of its heads of antlers like deer, but they're like decaying and that, and look like death itself has taken hold upon them as this figure emerges up out of the flames. Where there should have been eyes is just the pure flesh, and a mouth that parts in this devilish grin with jagged, sharp teeth as it smiles at you.
Now, what do I owe to this unexpected visit?
One more time.
What do I get from this unexpected visit?
Oh, just checking in on one of my favorite agents. It's not often someone sells their soul prematurely, especially when we already have a standing deal.
Well, whatever helps. So what you need to talk about? Because I know you just didn't come in to check in. There's always
Oh.
something on your mind.
Come on, Carter. It's always good to check in on friends. Friends of any
Friends,
sort.
that's what we're gonna call ourselves.
Well, we might call it something more down the line. But we'll get to that when we get to that, though, dear Carter. So how are you feeling? Are you tired? Are you feeling wary or anything like that yet?
Not in the slightest. Why?
And just checking on your bodily functions.
Let me guess. These things aren't just holes in my hand.
No. They're
Didn't
not.
think so.
As a hand comes out of the fire, the opposite hand that you're holding up, as without you even feeling it, your other hand rises as he moves his fingers up and down, and your hand pantomimes the exact gesture that he's doing. And he puts his hand down and your hand goes back down. No, it's much more. So much fun.
Why did I not see that coming?
See what? I'm just checking on a friend, making sure that the goods are fine. Don't worry. Your soul's going to find a lovely place in Avernus. And I can't wait for you to finally join me down here. We'll be such great business partners when you finally do get here.
Well, Mephisto, I'm gonna pray that that's not till a very long time. There's a lot of stuff I still gotta get.
Yes, there's the concern with the tyrannical scaled bitch that's down here.
Oh, looks like you got a problem with it also, don't you? But
Oh, not so much of a problem here for me, dear friend. For you and yours? Oh, the fun is just beginning. But don't worry. I don't plan on cashing in just yet. I'm intrigued with your little band of friends here. As he gestures out, as your hand kind of gestures out with him in the same fashion. But don't worry, as he puts his hand down and your hand goes back down. We'll have more fun later. I just wanted to come and talk and see if there's any more fun deals you want to make. I will say,
you have it.
your last one definitely played out very well for me. A nice promotion
Yeah,
was in store.
Yet I've seen no upgrades to my armament or my weapons.
Oh, you're doing fine. That battle that you just had with those little weak goblins, you took them out fine. And the wargs, that's worth bragging about, isn't it?
But a deal's a deal.
Don't.
And a deal can't be complete until both halves meet their thing.
Oh, trust me, Carter. I'm aware. We have one deal that we've met. You're still here, but your soul's with me, and you still have my revolver. So 2 deals are still in phase. And yes, I know you want something a little bit more oomph. And I'm working on it. Don't worry, friend. I have something in plan for you. Patience is a virtue.
After that being said, well, Mephisto, I've appreciated this visit, and I'm going to splash water onto the fire.
As you dump some water on the fire, you hear him just... as the coals themselves sizzle out and just a bit of black smoke filters into the sky.
Hate that guy.
So you bed down for the night?
Yeah.
Very well. So the party beds down after Carter having his little interaction there. The rest of the night goes uneventful. Occasionally, some of you might wake up to take care of some business or resituate yourself as you're laying on the ground there. Soraya, you wake up at one point, just enough to roll over, You notice that it's deathly quiet in the area around you.
No.
Not even the howl of coyotes, the chirping of crickets. The wind itself doesn't even blow.
No.
As you roll back over and fall back asleep. So the party awakens the next day.
Don't sit here and fucking play no like fucking calm, cheery ass music after saying some shit like that. What the hell?
It's rude.
Man, they're just pulled the Sims. Like something creepy happens in the middle of the night, and it's just like, "Good morning."
Welcome.
So wooed.
How fucking dare you?
The audacity.
Carter, as you're
They're
sitting by the
big ol'.
fire, playing a little bit of tunes on your guitar there as the party gets ready for the day.
Oh, say I've been missing you is the worst thing possible that I could ever do. To sleep one more night next to you should be out of the question. Don't ask me no questions. Good. There you go.
Appreciate you.
You're trying to read here.
To ask if I give a damn should be out of the question. Don't ask me no questions, cause
I don't think anyone
I
asked you a
don't
question
really
as
give
Araya
a
cheaps up
fuck.
for a second there. But as you're singing that and you look over as you're having some fun with your party in the morning hours here, you look down and you see etched in the coals there a symbol.
I'm gonna jot it down.
Do we all see it?
Right now, Carter's the only one looking at the fire, or where the fire had been, where there's coals and that.
Yeah, I'm gonna jot the symbol down,
Jot.
and then yeah.
Are you proficient with our Arcana?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Arcana.
Would I be able to see would I be able to roll something to see like what he's doing?
No, but I have a plus in it, like a high plus.
Since you're not proficient, no.
Well, you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask Uranus to come and take a look.
Oh,
Ooh.
what seems to be the issue, Carter?
Well, you're into all this weird shit. I'll tell you what.
It
There's
seems like you are as well.
He
a
said
little
you're
different,
weird.
a little different, but yes, can do me a favor. What is that symbol right there? Do you have any recognition of it? And be mindful, don't tell anybody else.
I'm proficient. I'm proficient in Arcana.
Roll me
I'd
Arcana.
like- That's a 22.
So as you're sitting there, the symbol in the ground there, you instantly recognize it from one of the tomes that you had read, some ancient library you had stumbled into by chance. This symbol being of some sort of ruin. You recognize it as infernal.
I just want to look at it, and I'm gonna just kind of look at it, and kind of as I'm kind of down on one knee. I kind of look back up at Carter, and I said, "What the hell have you gotten yourself into?"
Well, it's best if you just don't ask that thing, but by the look of it, you can already tell that it's not good.
Oh, you fool!
It's all for the greater good.
Ah, yes. How altruistic of you. Thank you, Carter.
Now, do
And
me
then-
a favor, because I'll let you see this. Get rid of the symbol. Don't let any of the others see it. They don't need to know.
You don't need to know.
And And
So
I'd
you're
ask kindly that you don't tell them.
water skin torch to the box. I would like to. I guess I could take a mental picture of it. And yeah, so your secret's safe with me, Carter. And I stamp my foot into the fire and
Kick out the ruin. Alright. Remaining coals left, you kick them off and make so the ruin disappears. No trace of it left. Except for the memory of this conversation between you and Carter.
and I'd like to let's see. I'd like to ask the group if anybody has like like ink and paper, or like maybe like a piece of charcoal and paper, or something of that nature.
Early for this. Too early for this. We just opened our eyes, and you're already asking for weird shit. You're so weird.
It's a pennant. It's just something in which to scribe something on. There's something that I don't want to forget to pick up when we get to El Torel.
I don't have anything.
Puff looks
We're
over.
illiterate.
Puff looks over and goes, I might have a bit of scrap I can provide. He hands over a bit of parchment for you're able to write on.
Would I be able to kind of like take some of the not hot coals, like, you know, where it was kind of like hot towards the middle, like on the outside, and kind of like write out the symbol that I saw?
Yeah.
Awesome. So I'd like to do that. And I'll look over at Carter because he's still right next to me, so he would naturally see me doing this. That's like, don't worry, for future studies. I'm a scholar, as it were. And I'm just gonna like put it in my breast pocket.
Do me a favor. When you're doing your future research, do inform me on anything you find out.
We'll see. We'll talk when we get to that fork in the road. I just learned that new phrase. It's not an actual fork.
Yeah, I could have told you that if you would have asked. But I do appreciate you keeping my secret.
Sure.
So the party finishes up their morning rituals and getting ready, packs up, begins to make their way westward.
Yep.
We'll take
I'm gonna do a quick head count.
I'm gonna rub the sleepies off my eyes.
a head count.
Making sure that everybody's still here.
Solaris, Soraya, Baranus, Puff, Araya. You see the odd contraption of BP.
Well, looks like we're good to go. Let's take off.
The party begins its trip westward towards El Torel. We'll take a slight break there, so everyone can get some water and all that fun jazz.
Cool, yeah.
Hydration or
needs to hydrate.
dehydration? I've been hydrating.
Hydrate. So we'll take a slight break right there. We'll be right back with some more Hoard of the Dragon Queen, so that we can all get some water, stretch our legs. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right? We'll be right back. Alright, and we're back with some more dragons and dice throwing stuff. Because that's what we do here. We throw dice and we eviscerate things. I don't know. That's what you get. Welcome to my evisceration song. The way your camera froze, Casey, was horrible. I'm just going to tell you now. You're like... more dragons, as Andrew wants some more.
No.
Right. No.
No.
No?
No.
No.
You sure?
No.
Hey, if he gets his fucking 50,000 channel points, he can do the surprise encounter.
I mean... Alright.
Don't care. Tequila.
So, the party begins to travel westward towards El Terrell now. The first day, it's a nice day. A bit more cloudy in the area. The sun's a little bit less potent on everyone. You're not feeling the warmth that you had previously felt on some of the days of your travel today. A nice breeze that goes through the area here. Solaris,
Hi.
can you roll me a d6, please?
Absolutely.
No.
That's gonna be 3.
No.
3? Okay. A 3. Alright. So, Solaris, as you're sitting there, well, not sitting, you're walking the road with your group here, just kind of remembering the last week or so of travel from Greenest and out to this area. Your mind drifts to the day of when you guys had first made your way out to the cultist camp. Anything particular you recall that day?
I recall. I mean, like, that was when, like, shit was going down, wasn't it?
Yeah, as you're sitting there, roll me history real quick.
There was, like, a lightning dragon. Don't you dare.
Go ahead and roll that history for me.
Mander. You can't do this. You said history?
I did.
Bet. Plus
Can
4,
I
that's
guidance?
going to be 16.
No guidance for this, actually. As you're recalling it, you remember the odd battles you had in the canyon system with the variety of cultists, and how at one point your party, thinking it might be the best to burn the bodies of the cultists, to try to like deter anything that could happen there. Continuing on and coming back to Greenest at one point to try to get some further help and such before returning to take them on once more after having this huge battle where at one point Leosin himself had escaped and ended up by your party at one point as you're returning back with word of your adventures there.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that your mind drifts towards more as you recall these events?
Hold on. With kobolds. Keep. we didn't like kill anyone we weren't supposed to, but there was dragon.
As your mind starts to focus more and more on that dragon that had been flying in the sky. Roll me history again.
Oh my god. It's gonna be an 8.
Okay. So, with an 8, as your mind flicks to that creature some more as it fluttered through the clouds itself. The bit of green glimmer that had glistened off of this creature as it floated between the clouds and that. I need the rest of the party to make an insight check.
I don't like it. I don't like it. It's not a good time for me. Oh Lord, good Lord in heaven.
What did you say you needed to be? Chris?
Insight, please.
Oh good Lord in heaven.
Insight?
Insight.
30-20, Mr. DM.
21.
21.
18.
21.
Okay. Soraya and Baranus. As you guys are walking with the group, you notice that Solaris at one point, as he's walking, kind of like shrivels up a little bit. Baranus, you can hear and see kind of like a bit of like trembling in his breathing as well as like in his frame as you're walking by him at one point. As you get a bit closer, both of you can notice that like the color in his face is kind of like flushed out a little bit as he's walking amongst your group. His eyes kind of like not really focusing on anything.
Solaris, are you with us? Are you okay?
I will survive.
I'm gonna grab his hand.
I know how to love.
Grab Solaris by the
You'll
hand.
stay alive.
I do squeeze.
You do a squeeze on his hand
I'll survive. I will survive.
as he sings to himself.
I like try to sing along even though I don't know the words.
Partner, are you all right?
So at this point, with a little bit of the singing now from Soraya and Baranus calling out to him, Carter, you notice the flush of his color and everything as well too. As Araya looks over a bit worried. Puff, it's hard to tell any like facial expressions with the mask on and everything, but he stops for a moment and looks over.
Cook.
You guys remember that dragon? That not
There's
the
been a lot of
two,
them.
like the one in particular, the dragon that was attacking
The
Remus.
lightning
Yeah,
one?
the lightning dragon. Yeah,
The big scary.
You mean the one that we almost died to? That one?
yeah.
What about it?
Yeah, what about him?
I have a bad feeling. A very, very bad feeling that we are being hunted. Specifically.
Why you say that?
Something tells me that the fact that we're seeing these dragons while we're traveling is not a coincidence. There's no way.
What did Puff do with... What color was this dragon?
It was... Hold on, I have that.
Well, that I would remember. It's blue.
It was blue.
It was blue, but it had like a specific like something about it that was...
Something about your dragon.
Something about the dragon.
It was almost chromatic.
There was something about the dragon that was like that had like a something was different about it. But it was definitely lightning dragon. But yeah.
It was big and it was blue.
Can I like look up in the sky?
Yeah. You can look up into the sky. A couple clouds. A couple birds
Can
fly
I look
by.
with him?
I just remember Sinraf's bitch ass.
Oh,
Oh,
you don't have
don't
to
worry
worry
about
about him
that.
anymore.
Don't worry about sign Raph.
He signed off.
Did I miss something?
Sign Raph signed off.
Puff gives a little chuckle and goes, "Ha! You won't be missing him."
You might be able to find some of him on the bottom of Puff's foot.
I mean, maybe not anymore. We've been walking for a while.
Oh, wait, hold on a minute. I have his Hoard. I forgot I cut it off him.
As he pulls out, instantly recall horn that was sticking out of his face there, Carter, when you faced him in Greenest. It is the same horn that had been protruding from the nose of Sinrath.
Good job, yo.
Hey, no problem. Hey, listen. That's mine now.
Well, that's a name scratched off, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Right sides.
Anyway.
Anyways, so yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just curious, I'm just worried, if I'm honest.
Do you think we should turn around?
No, but I do think that if we are either following the path that this destructive dragon is taking, or if we just so happen to be leading the path that the destructive dragon is taking, we should either be prepared for what we're going to walk into, or we should be prepared to let people know that danger may or may not be coming.
You know, you're not wrong there.
So-
I'll trust your
It's
gut
a
on.
lifetime.
Because
Prepared.
something about the eeriness is throwing me off.
All right.
Can I look over to Bacon Bits and have him like shoot up into the sky like that way? I'm just gonna tell him like to like fucking go and like just see what's up there and just like give like a toot for a dragon, a toot toot for no dragon.
See? Flies up and...
What do pelicans sound like?
Does it fly?
No, there's Mike.
No,
No,
those are seagulls.
that sounds
Those are
seagull.
seagulls.
Oh, the seagull.
Pelican has an Australian
Someone
accent.
clip that immediately, please. Oh my god.
Rocks of light.
What do pelicans sound like?
That's what came to my mind. What do you want from me?
You know what? All right.
They say
I want. You didn't like that, so I want the other route.
That was good.
Squawk!
Wait, did we get a long rest?
It flies up into the sky.
I think we got a long rest.
We got a long rest, right?
You did get a long
Yeah.
rest. Carter included got his long rest still. His convo.
Oh
with,
yeah, I made sure to check it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
4
convo with
weeks.
Mephisto was not long enough to not give you a long rest.
Something about
Um,
the girl.
About 5 minutes goes by as the party keeps walking, occasionally looking up into the sky. As you guys hear a
I'm Googling.
as your little gem pelican flies back down to you, Solaris, and just gives you 2 toots. Just goes.
All right, Bacon Bit says that there's no dragons that he sees, so we should be okay for at least a few feet. But
All right, cool. Let's keep
it's
trucking.
not saying much,
That's
is
for the
it?
word.
The party treks the rest of the day, resting as night falls. Gets up the next day and continues on and travels. With an uneventful.
What day is it now?
It's Saturday in Greenest.
Now it is
It's a
Saturday.
motherfucking Saturday.
Work.
Work.
It can sound like farts.
So.
It's not like that.
As it flies away. I'm guessing that's what you sent me. Baranus. So you guys travel on your second day towards El Terrell from Scornoble. Roll me a d6, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll. Big money. 5.
Thank you. So as you sit there kind of reminiscing of your past travels and whatnot at this point, your mind wanders to the actual time that you were in the cave that the cult of the dragon was using. Your mind wanders to the many traps that were there.
What traps? I don't remember traps.
As you're sitting there, you give me a history check real quick.
Something about you, girl.
That would be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You recall the steps that Baked Potato and Solaris took an unfortunate tumble on. Unfortunate tumble.
Yes.
Of course, not of their own accord. It was forced upon them by some malicious deity.
What I got to do with any of this?
You recall your own misguidance of falling into a pit with spikes in it, some poison that
Damn.
Soraya was able to nullify. You also recall the party being worried about you stumbling on another trap and causing the ceiling to collapse upon them before happening upon a cluster of kobolds. Puff attempting to enter into the meat locker and getting stabbed by a blade coated with a similar poison. But as your mind continues through your travels of the cave, your mind also goes towards the variety of treasures that you had found in there. The amethyst, your amethyst crystal blade, the odd blueprints that you had found within the same chest there. The cloak and lantern that Puff had found, as well as the mountain of gold that was to be had by the party. Anything in particular your mind floats to in specific?
I'd like to recall the place and person that I was supposed to meet that would grant my sword its full power.
As your mind kind of moves to the sword, as your hand glides down to it, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Full of surprises today. 13.
13. Okay. As your hand glides to the pommel there, you hear a voice inside your head that you recognize from the first time that you touched the blade. Timorfa. Find him. Find Timorfar. Is the voice echoes within your very psyche.
Yeah, but where is he? I forget.
Timorfar. Find him. Is you kind of you have your psyche itself is kind of latched from your body. You can see like your group and everyone walking, but it slows down to like milliseconds. Like you can see like as Solaris goes to pick up his foot, it moves at like a aching pace as like just bits of pebbles slowly just come off the bottom of his foot and fall to the ground as you're lifted up into the sky there, and see your vision blur as you're thrown forward north, past these like a span of fields with, as you're going through, you can see like skeleton remains and such within them, past hills, past mountains, a forest. You can see a city off below you as you continue northward, a huge city at one point as you continue flying towards mountains farther northward even more. As you go past it, you can see the sword coast sea on the side. It's the Sea of Swords as it lashes out at the coastline. You can see a swamp at the base of the mountains there as you zoom faster and faster and faster to this one peak in particular. And as you get closer to it, you see a cave. And as your eyes focus on the entrance to that cave, you see two amethyst eyes blink into existence and stare at you, almost like a bit of loathing in them for a moment there, as they stare into your very soul itself. And as you blink, you're back in your body.
Good heavens. That was a trip. Jesus Moses.
So the party,
would I be able to...
The party hears Baranus go, that was a trip. Jesus.
Are you high?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just think, you know, some of Puff's magic plan made its way over here.
Hey man,
Really shouldn't
don't
be
knock it till you
smoking
try
that
it.
stuff.
I don't smoke it. Listen, my mind's far gone enough. I don't
Yeah,
need
you're
the help
weird as
of...
shit, dude.
I think you need to realize that words are very powerful. As a spellcaster, you should know. Your words can hurt people. Harder than any scorching ray or divine smite could ever do.
I can't do either of those, so honestly.
Yeah, you're more utility than anything, but I got Eldritch Blast.
Oh my god.
You're weird.
Fine. So? So what? You're pretty weird yourself. I remember you trying to make an umbrella out of water. And that not going so well.
You know what? I'm gonna go back to my brother. I'm gonna now.
Bye.
I'm a don't.
Fly, fly.
Fly, 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 far away like a bird.
I was gonna do more of that.
Lars Baranus is being mean to me.
Silence of the lambs. Okay.
As you say that, you see Araya kind of look over for a second, just kind of like slowly make her way farther into the back of the group, like to not be near Solaris or Baranus at that point.
Now we made the new one scared. All right, we've upset the new one.
How is Araya?
I'm fine. Do you have a question?
No, just wondering how you are, you know?
And she doesn't say much.
I'm fine. And she tries to give a little bit of a smile. It doesn't look right on her face, but like you can at least tell she's trying. And she like stops,
honestly,
and goes back to being kind of like stone-like.
Work.
And she seems to warm up a little bit to you.
Got it? Got it?
I'm funny sometimes.
Funny looking.
I'll remember that.
And then 16 dragons
And out of
pulled
the-
down from the clouds.
Andrew gets all of his dragons out. You wanted 10? How about 100? Rolls
Tiamat
D100.
herself
God, thank God they
descends
can't pull
down from the
their
heavens.
Roll a percentile die, because we'll see how many of them actually hit. No. Okay. So, party continues on. No further conversation?
Would I be able to? What was that? That scroll of that blueprint is. Am I able to like take a look at it and like discern like what it is?
You pull it out. It's in some odd draconic script. Not draconic itself. I'll say that since you were able to recognize the infernal rune, you're able to infer that this is some similar structure, some deep secret written in an older tongue of draconic here on this paper here. As you're looking at, though, you can see like a sketching of a typical lance-like weapon. The pommel and handle, though, being in the shape of like a dragon's face, as like the like tendrils and that would come off of it, like come out to form kind of like the guard, and then the actual blade coming out of the mouth of the dragon.
I want it. I want it. All right, cool. I'm gonna put it back in my satchel.
Okay. Anything else from the group on the second day towards Elturel from Scornoble? Alright. So the party continues traveling on a bit more, coming down to their second night, bedding down. Okay. So the night goes by uneventful. So the party wakes up on the third day, begins their travel and that. You all hear at one point, it's faint at first, but as you guys walk a bit farther, you hear a tune being carried on the wind. What instruments are you guys proficient with? Nothing? I saw Solaris' eyes go, excuse me, I'm proficient with every fucking instrument under the sky.
Nothing.
Oh. Never mind. Carter, you're proficient with a guitar, correct? Okay. No other instruments for anyone else, though? Okay. It's a wonderful tune as you guys continue on. It's nice, like... like some sort of, like, very breathy kind of sound to it. Carter, you recognize it not being like a stringed instrument, being proficient with a guitar. It doesn't sound like any of those kind of instruments. As you guys continue on, it sounds a bit familiar. You've heard this kind of like windy sounding notes that enrich the air around you as they get louder and louder as you guys continue to walk down the road.
Would we know what kind of instruments they were based off of when we did the whole like orchestra moment and there were like a bunch of instruments around us at that point? Like we heard a bunch of instruments then.
Roll me history.
So we'd...
Can I roll 2?
Go for it.
I'd like to roll as well.
Very well.
Oh my god.
16?
17.
19.
Do you want to get the 18 there, Carter?
Let me see if I can.
Get a full house? You
Well,
really get the 18?
Yeah, I did it.
I love
actually.
that.
yes.
What is the likelihood of that happening?
Armor.
That was like true.
Oh my god, I love that. Alright, cool. Good enough. As you're all kind of sitting there and you bouncing ideas like, oh, well, it could be a pan flute. No, it's not pan flute, but something similar. And as you guys continue bouncing ideas off of each other, almost simultaneously, you all go, a flute! As just down the road, you can see a very small figure in the middle of the road, kind of bouncing around, that you can tell that this is where the sound is coming from. Not too far from him, you can see that there's another figure just kind of sitting to the side of the road farther down from you guys, with this figure that's in the middle, kind of just prowling around in the middle of it all.
We can't see like what they are, like what kind of figures.
Do you guys travel a bit closer?
Yeah.
So you guys get about 150, 200 feet. You're able to tell a bit more with these figures. You can tell that the individual in the road is a smaller race, like a halfling, a gnome, dwarf possibly, with its stature and how small it is compared to like the surroundings around it. The other figure that's sitting on like a downed tree trunk, based off of its structure and size, some sort of like human elf possibly, that you can tell. The smaller of the two having long blonde hair that just whirls around with a ponytail off of his back. The other individual like clad in armor that glistens in the sun from the distance it's in. You can tell like it's got like slicked back hair from the distance you are at.
I guess we just continue on.
Yeah.
What's the worst that can happen, right? Just be prepared. Be prepared.
So the group continues traveling forward. How close do you guys get to them?
I guess where we could just like say howdy.
Can I get out my pan flute as we approach and like just kind of like try to play along with the music with
Are
my little
you
pan
proficient with the pan flute?
No,
No?
but you
Okay.
gave
Can
me
I
a
try
pan
that with my
flute.
guitar?
You can attempt
Alright.
to play along, roll performance for both of you. Since you are not
Can I-
proficient with, if you're going to roll and try to play along, if you have an instrument, don't add your proficiency if you're not proficient with that instrument. Carter, you are proficient with your guitar, so you would get to add your proficiency bonus.
Performance. Not proficient in it anyway.
That's the wrong dice. Where the fuck is my D20 at?
Is that a d20?
Huh?
Is that a
16.
Is it a D20?
16.
Hmm.
15 with my
14
little
plus
whistle.
2. So 16.
Okay. What'd you get, Soraya?
15.
15? Okay. As you guys are playing, it's a pretty easy tune to follow along with. As you guys are able to pull out your instruments and play along, you see him stop on the road for a moment as you guys get closer. As you continue to play, you can see he stops and is just kind of looking down the road as you continue to play along with him. Kind of as he like bobs along, kind of like trying to keep the tempo going. As you guys get about like 65 feet from him, like 60 feet from him, you're able to tell that it is definitely a halfling in the road there. He's got like a nice like red, like a dark maroon garb upon him. The hair a very straw-like blonde at this point with how close you guys are, as he carries a very like a silver-colored flute in his hands as he kind of twirls around every once in a while, to like signify like the repeating of the tune. The other individual, with how close you guys are, you can tell is of like a humanoid descent. The armor very unlike that'd be worn by a human, a bit like a metal and leather mix going on here with him. Not traditional to the garb that you'd seen some of the humans that you'd seen possibly in like Baldur's Gate, Greenest, or anything like that. With how close you guys are, you can tell that he himself does not seem in tune to the music itself, not really paying much attention to it per se. As you guys continue playing,
Mm-hmm.
do you guys continue getting closer, or
How close are we?
you're about like 60, 65 feet? Carter,
Oh, yeah.
being in the front, I'm assuming. followed by Baranus.
Yeah.
And then the twins with BP next to Solaris, and then behind them is Araya, who follows closely behind Solaris himself.
Is there anything like, okay, so we're on like a path, right?
Right. Decent sized
So-
road, about like
Right.
I'd say at this point the road has widened a decent amount. It's about like 30 feet wide. So you guys are a bit more spread out here. You're not like as like confined to like a single file line. As your guys are making closer, you can see like the humanoid creature sitting on a down log off to the far left of the road here. The humanoid almost dead, the halfling dead center in the road. A tree off in the
Can I
distance
stop
to
us?
the right. Yeah.
I'm gonna stop us. I'm gonna say, "Hi- hey, crazy thought, right? Why would there be a random halfling playing music in the middle of a road?
Get some attention. Make some coin.
Should we maybe kind of
DM.
survey the area?
We can.
Soraya, what were you gonna say?
So as a druid, can I do like some kind of knowledge check on this situation?
Knowledge check. Like
Do I
intelligence?
recognize it from folklore or like druid teachings?
What are you trying to discern? Tell me that.
Do I know if this is maybe like, I don't know, some kind of druid god?
I won't make you roll for this. You being a druid, you would know that most of the power comes from nature itself, nature imbuing its power into you, not so much gods compared to like some of other individuals that you've ran into, like the clergy of different temples and that, or other magic users that could cast spells, how they gain their powers. Yours coming more directly from the world itself that imbues itself into you, specifically the coast, being a circle of the coast druid.
Are there trees on the sides of the path?
As you're looking around, you notice that there's no real trees too close to you guys. Off to the side of the road, closer to them, there's a tree that stands up, kind of like has a little like branch coming off of itself that forms like a nice little like a shadowed area there. Directly to your guys' right, there's two decent-sized rocks themselves that are kind of like just plopped on the side of the road, and then a bush off to the left from you guys.
Is there anything that seems like, so what I'm looking for in particular is, so here's what I think is getting set up. I think that this halfling is playing music in the middle of the road to attract people to them. That is why the humanoid creature is just kind of chilling there, just minding their own business, not even looking at anything. So I want to make sure that there isn't a tree that has like something attached to it that's going to trip us or catch us or anything in the path that might be like a huge hole in the road or something that might be covered up. Some like real like Roadrunner versus Coyote kind of nonsense, but like still kind of viable. Beep beep.
Yeah, definitely. Are you walking closer to them, or just trying to discern this information as you stop the group?
I'm gonna voice my concerns. I'm gonna be like, I think that this might be like some type of like trap type of thing, or they are just very, very, very jolly, and really like to play in the middle of the road. So then can I like just kind of like look, because we're like 40 feet away, I guess, by now. Maybe
At
50
this
feet?
point, Carter is 60 feet. Baranus is 65. You and the rest of the group are 75, 80 feet. So they're the
Okay.
closest. You haven't kind of put your hands out to stop Soraya from walking further. BP kind of just stops immediately with your will itself. But Araya behind you stops quite abruptly with the sudden motion from you. The other two notice that you aren't following and are able to stop in time.
I guess let's just get a little closer. Let's just maybe be a little slower with our movements and maybe a little bit more perceptive to our surroundings.
Yeah, 4.
Because they might be trying to distract us.
Okay. The group kind of gets a little bit closer, I'm assuming, at that point. Okay. How much closer do you guys want to get to them? I'll say this whole time the halfling has not stopped playing. He kind of looked a little to the side as you guys stopped moving and kept kind of like... But they just continued on playing, doing a couple like little spins in the road. And the humanoid just kind of like looked over at you guys and just shrugged and went back to looking kind of like just at the ground as he kind of kicks a rock every once in a while.
Wait, do we want to just keep walking up and just trying to be a little extra careful before we step?
Yeah.
So the group continues walking forward, getting...
Can I do an investigation check if for any disturbances in the road or any striations and stuff like that?
Yeah, you can either do investigation or perception, your choice.
Perception.
Investigation would require you to get a little bit more hands-on. Perception would just be you
perception.
kind of looking around.
Perception. 18.
18.
12 plus 6.
You can see that the road here is greatly traveled as you're looking through. There's a lot of different like tracks within the ground itself. As you're looking, the treads in that make it hard to discern like traps or anything of that nature here.
Okay. Nothing so far, y'all.
Let's keep going.
So the group continues walking 50 feet from them. 40 feet. 30.
They're,
This
they're at the 30.
At this
They're at
point,
the
the
20.
humanoid looks over to you and just kind of stares at you guys as you continue walking. Getting 20 feet, the halfling turns to you. You see him kind of like his eyes brighten with a little bit of anticipation in his face.
Pause.
And stop.
And prep Shalala.
So you prep Shalala. What are the components to the spell? I believe that you have a verbal somatic component. Correct? And she froze.
She's like,
It is a verbal somatic.
Okay.
I'll get there.
So as you go to cast Shalala, you see the humanoid now with you guys this close. You can see that he having like pointed ears, being of a halfling, of decent stature, very beefy halfling at that. As he stands up and puts his hand to his sword, noticing that you're casting a spell.
I'd be like, whoa. We mean you no harm. Don't attack us.
Just a precaution.
These roads are quite treacherous. One can't be surprised if we take a little err on the side of caution. But we do not have ill intentions. Also, nice tune.
As the halfling gives you a smile as he pulls his flute away from his lips there. You hear another voice of a woman. As it echoes from beyond where the halfling had been sitting previously. She goes, "And it was a wonderful day until it was ruined, and I was having a wonderful nap of fine wines and foods and every desire of my own being met." As standing up from behind it as she'd been laying down is a tiefling woman with black hair that comes down just to where her shoulders are. long like cape, like cowl that comes off of her shoulders and down, decently far down her back. There, a long bow, kind of like picked up from the ground and put back on her back as she rubs her forehead and temples and just goes, and here we are. Why?
Cool horns.
As you go look for horns, you see that she has no horns.
She had no horns?
Just nubs from where they were.
Okay, so where are your horns at?
B, you can't just ask people where their horns are at. God.
What's your passive insight?
14.
Good enough. You can tell easily that what you just said infuriated her. A gaze that almost rivals Araya's from when you first met her is just staring into your eyes. You can feel the heat even from the good 20 feet you are from her. As she picks up and leans one leg over the log there and leans onto her knee and goes, "You know, it's quite rude to do that. If I had half of mine and you actually were worth the quarry, I would mark you where you are and take what I could. But you are not my quarry."
My sincerest apologies.
See, much better.
Sometimes my mouth goes running before my brain has a chance to stop the words.
You have a sickness of the mouth, it sounds.
Yeah, I believe they call it like diarrhea of the mouth or something. Word vomit, as it were.
The halfling pipes up. "Oh, I've had that before. I ate some horrible soup one time. It was this joint in Waterdeep. It was very horrible. It was a wonderful dish. Don't get me wrong. Like they played it. They had wonderful music, and don't get me wrong. The men, the women, all of them beautiful. Just the town itself full of beauty." As the half elf walks over and just kind of clamps his hand over the halfling. Just kind of like goes, "Ugh."
Oh.
Well, that was rude.
Well, later on, I will be sure to get the name of that establishment, and I shall steer clear of them. Exactly. It's y'all.
So, what are y'all's names? Names? Maybe cordial. Maybe.
As the halfling ducks underneath the half-elf's hand for a second there and goes, "I am Connor. My name is Connor Quickhill." He gives a slight bow and then ducks from the hand of the halfling as he tries to grab him once more. "Well, we might as well be courteous to one another. It'd be rude to not. I am Maveen," as the tiefling gives a slight curtsy with the edges of her cape. "Elevor," as the half-elf gives out a grunt of his name.
What was the tiefling's name?
Maveen. As she jumps up on top of the log and goes, "And we are the Silver Talons."
Silver Talon? I'm not familiar.
We are a group. Oh, his Connor chirps and goes, "Well, you're missing one," as he puts out his hand. As like there's like a shimmer in front of his hand that goes down a decent amount as a dragon forms. A tiny dragon forms from his hand, goes down with its tail that wraps around his arm to his elbow there, as this beautiful red dragon appears before the group that just shimmers into existence. "This is Little Scale."
Little Scale.
As the dragon opens its mouth and goes,
It's so cute.
Maveen looks over, a little like aggravated that her introduction was interrupted there by Connor, as he goes, "Now you have met all the Silver Talons formally." As she plops down with a heavy thud onto the log next underneath her.
I'm going to slightly hide behind Solaris and secretly hand him the silver dragon pendant that's in my inventory.
Secretly?
Yes.
Roll me sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. What an interesting thing that I never roll for. Okay. 14.
14.
Not bad. Yeah.
Okay. As you slip over the pendant into Solaris's hand, as he kind of like puts his hand behind him and moves it so that way it doesn't draw too much attention.
So I'm gonna take it out, and I'm going to ask them if they know anything about this emblem.
As Connor and his little scale make their way closer to you guys, very nonchalantly, just kind of like puts his flute away into his bag on his back and just kind of like little like skip jumps over to you guys and just goes, "Oh, that's wonderful. That's beautiful. Oh, I love that. I would. Oh, do you think I could have a red one? It would match little scale. It'd be so beautiful, and it would be." It'd be as beautiful as you two, as he points to both Solaris and Araya.
Apparently he likes the flamers. I'm gonna go ahead and just put it back in my pocket.
At this
I'm
point,
just gonna turn to Sora. I'm gonna be like, I tried.
At this point, Maeve and Elevor approach the group. Elevor's still a little anxious as he still has his hand not on the pommel of his sword anymore, on his greatsword, I should add. Now that he's a bit closer, not like in a defensive position, but it's just close enough that if need be, he could definitely grab it and pull it out quickly. As Maeve, her arms crossed across her chest, doesn't even have her hands anywhere near to grab her quiver of arrows nor her bow.
So what do you guys? What is the Silver Talons do? What do you guys? What's your mission?
Swords for hire. Well, I would say swords. I'm not one for swords, unfortunately. She whips out 2 daggers and twirls them in her hands for a moment there and puts them back.
Oh, I can do that too.
Oh, interesting armaments. Never met someone...
Have you seen any dragons?
They all look amongst themselves for just a moment there. Connor kind of looks down over to Little Scale for a moment and looks up to you with a little like gleeful grin and goes, "Other than this one, yeah, we've seen some dragons." As the other two kind of give like a glance of like worrisomeness between them.
Rewind. Wait, other than him, you have?
Well, yeah. Have you not seen dragons?
In the sky, like recently?
Oh, yes. We've seen a couple different dragons. It was a, what was the color, Maeve? It was, I just don't remember the color.
Was it blue?
Blue. No, not blue. What was the color? Was it black? No. Was it black? Might have been black. It could have been green. We saw it like about 2 weeks ago. If only I could remember, as he kind of like looks over to both Solaris and Araya for a moment. Araya, a little bit like nervous, just kind of looks at him and looks at Solaris, then looks at him, then looks at Soraya, and then just kind of looks back at him for a moment. And then looks over to Baranus, looks back to the halfling, looks over to Carter, looks back.
Right.
Let me guess. You would like to be compensated for this kind of information.
I mean, coin could make one talk.
Here's a coin.
Or
I tell you that I'll tell you what.
if you
Okay.
could play your instruments and play me a wonderful tune.
We could totally do that. If we had a nickel, at this point we'd have 2 nickels. Yeah, what do you want to hear? Don't worry about it.
Oh.
What do you want to hear?
Okay. Play whatever you want. As he makes his way over to the side of the road and plops down onto the log there. Maveen and Alavar kind of look between each other, and you hear Alavar mutter underneath his breath. He's not very quiet about it. Just goes, "I prefer the coin." He makes his way over to the side of the road, and Maveen following. She plops down next to the log on the ground. Goes, "Yes, might as well just placate Connor, because you're never going to get him to get you anything if you don't placate him."
I'm gonna go sit next to Naveen.
You sit down next to her.
Yeah, so okay, all right, guys. We're getting together. Baranus, I'm gonna need you to be a part of this too. Come
What?
on.
I don't
Come
even
over
have
here.
an instrument.
Come
I don't
here.
even have
Come
an
here.
instrument.
Yes, you do. Come here. Come here.
I get up.
Okay. All right. Can we huddle real fast? Or is that okay? So we're just gonna get something together real fast, and then we'll be give us like 5, right? You know, get like, hey, you're going on in 5. Thanks, 5. Cool.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I can do that. As he snaps his fingers, as a giant hand forms in the sky above him and starts going like this. And then restarts. Goes, "Okay."
Ridiculous.
That's
Ridiculous. Okay.
I love
Okay. So here's the plan. Okay. Soraya, pull out your flute. You got your flute? Your little wind whistle.
It's a-
Wind whistle. What is it? Whistle stick.
It's a whistle.
Perfect. Whistle stick. Cool. Carter, you got your guitar, right?
That I do.
Perfect. Baranus. Now I know you said you don't got an instrument. We all got an instrument in our hearts. Can you do this?
What?
This. Perfect. Can you go? Perfect. So all I want you to do is go. Okay? Perfect. Yes, sounds awesome. I'm gonna tell BP to just get on his hind legs and just clang his metal paws together. And Bacon Bits is gonna do some like whistling. Some like it's gonna be like yeah. And then I'll obviously have my pan flute. We're gonna go to town.
Alright. Party roll performance. If you are proficient with whatever you are using, add your proficiency bonus.
I'm using my voice. Can I do? Can I roll charisma?
Hold on.
Big bug.
You want to roll charisma? Are you like actually making like words, or are you making the sound?
No, I'm just making a sound.
Yeah, performance then. I was about to say, like, if you go deviate from Solaris's plan.
19.
19 is you pull out your guitar and start to play a tune, laying down the bass work of the song.
I got a 15.
15 is you take up your pan flute. You're a little nervous as you start to play. You take a breath at one point and try to follow suit more with Carter playing his instrument. Baranus.
Dirty 20. So I'm just sitting here going.
The most Rob thing I've ever seen.
Maveen and Elavor just kind of look at you like, They're
gonna
not
go-
disgusted. They're just kind of like that's okay. All right,
I'm gonna,
that
I'm
works.
gonna I'm gonna match their gaze and just be.
Little scale though. Little scale is just bobbing his head along with you. He's just like loving this. Like
vibing.
he like even like rears back at one point and flaps his wings.
He gets it. He gets it.
And then there's Connor sitting there. He's tapping his foot and his hand on his thigh and everything. He's like, "Yeah, this is great. This is great." Okay, you. As he points to Sarai, what'd you get?
Solo.
I rolled a 12. It's a little whistle stick.
So you pull out your little whistle and start playing. It meshes a little off as you're not able to keep the exact same tone, but Connor just kind of looks at you and goes, "Ooh, that's new. I like." As he whips out his flute once more and starts to play along and just dances around the group for a good couple minutes as Mavine and Alivor just kind of like sit there. At one point they nod along to the music, occasionally humming at one point themselves as the song ends. And as Alivor falls on the ground, slaps his stomach and goes, "Oh, what great fun, friends! What great fun! That was an amazing song. Thank you."
What'd you think of the?
It was a black dragon, by the way.
Oh my gracious!
I wanna throw up.
It flew by. It went north, though. Don't see too many dragons flying north.
Black dragon flying north. Got it.
Aren't we going north?
We're going west.
Oh, thank God. Okay. No, we're good. For now.
Yeah, for now. Doesn't mean we can't go the other way.
Would that happen to be your quarry?
As you say this to Mavine,
Yes. Sorry.
she looks you over and goes, "No, I have no quarrel with dragons at the moment."
Oh, fair enough. What is your quarry? Perhaps we could, maybe we've seen something along our travels. I won't charge you a song or coin, though. I certainly don't think you could top that
Monstrosities.
Atrocities?
Monstrosities.
Monstrosity. Ooh, what kind? I love monstrosities.
There's one that ailed us, as she glances over to Elevor. As you look at him now, and you can see him kind of like his hand kind of move up the side to his bicep there. You can see like a horrible gash that goes across his arm there, as he pulls a little bit of his clothing down enough to cover it back up.
Is that like a relatively untended to wound?
Roll me medicine with the quick glance that you got at it.
Medicine. Oh, 11.
With the quick glance that you got at it, it's hard to tell anything as he pulled it down decently quick enough. You can definitely tell with the quick glance you did get of it. It's a mighty wound that was given to this warrior, taking up a decent amount of his bicep with a scar that's bigger than any blade that you could have ever seen given.
Oof. Well, that couldn't have been from anything small. Do you need medical attention?
No. Fine.
Well, it didn't look fine. I mean, you can drop the whole tough guy thing. I mean, clearly you're capable, but I'm sure there's something one of us could do to help. Like perhaps this.
Roll me persuasion with disadvantage.
Persuasion with disadvantage. Sure.
Guidance.
Ooh.
Ooh.
She said, "Yeah, yo, bish."
Okay, good thing. And that's a D4, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. So that was 12.
So Maven stands up and goes, "Oh, come on, Elevor, just let him look at it." She walks over and lifts up his sleeve the rest of the way, revealing this huge gash at this point, now that you actually can get a good look at it, taking up more of his bicep than you had originally thought it did, as it goes up and goes around towards his collar a little bit before it ends the scarring of itself. You can tell that whatever this was happened a decent amount of time ago. Though the wound more has scarred over at this point, but you can tell it had did a number on his muscles there, as it was quite deep of a cut.
Would I be able to use my one of my hunter traits, my hunter's bane, for a survival check or something like that, to see like what could have caused it?
Your hunter's bane, what does that get you?
It gives me advantage on wisdom survival checks to track fey, fiends, or undead. And I have an advantage on intelligence ability checks to recall information about them.
Okay, you won't get the advantage from this, but you can still do the check though.
Okay. So where is it? So that would be 18 plus. Would I add my modifier to it?
Yeah, you'll still get your modifier. If
Oh,
you're
okay,
proficient, you would get your proficiency bonus too.
Yeah, so I get 18, so that's 22.
22. So as you're looking at this, it's not any fey, fiend, undead creature of this. No, as you're sitting there, there's a couple creatures that come to mind. But for a half elf, for a humanoid to survive this creature, it would have to be something of the realm, something that could kill a man, but also a man could survive. So you're sitting there, you're pondering more and more. You remember reading a tome of a tomb of some sort. It was a massive tomb that had creatures of varying sizes and monstrosities, aberrations of things, undead even, stored there. Almost as a sick game for travelers to fall into. As you can recall, one possible creature, along with several others, if it was to be an aberration fiend or something of that sort, hard to tell, but one of this realm you recognize could be the King of Feathers.
King of Feathers?
I will make you roll again with that 22. You're able to recall the King of Feathers being a giant reptilian creature, huge, enormous in size, with like a dinosaur itself, like a T-Rex, with feathers that goes down its back and toward the end of its tail, and then a severely enormous horn coming out of its nose. A ferocious creature that, from the tomes that you read, killed many individuals in some in the one tomb that one had been stored in at one point.
Oh. The King of Feathers doesn't ring a bell. He's sort of gargantuan lizard-like person. Chicken, perhaps.
The beast shall die. As you see, Elevor reach behind him and grasp the hilt of a weapon, not to pull it out, but almost just kind of like reminiscing on a lost memory. As you see him grasping on to the handle of a warhammer that's tied to his back.
Ooh. Oof. No, I'm not very proficient with instruments. Seems I have struck a chord.
Yes, it seems you have, as Maven jumps in a little bit and pats him on the shoulder and pulls down the sleeve to cover up the scarring.
Well, I won't push further. So what do we want to do, guys? Do we want to, maybe help them and aid them in the pursuit of their quarry, or?
think they have a grasp on what they're doing.
Yes, I think we too have more pressing matters.
Yeah. We can just keep going towards El Terrell.
Wish them the best, and we should keep.
Yeah.
Very well. Mavian gives you guys a slight nod and goes, "Good luck on your own journey. May it fare
To you
you
as
well."
well.
Can I take out can I like a gold like a few gold pieces to
Yeah.
to not her, the other guy,
Connor,
not Connor.
Olivor,
Yeah.
the half elf.
Yeah.
How many coins do you?
Are you
flip in?
saying Olivor like your
Olivor.
dog?
No,
Oh, okay.
No, like the half elf.
like the half
No,
elf. My dog's not in here.
no meta.
How many coins
meta.
do you toss over to this non-Witcher character?
Like 20.
20?
Yeah.
Toss a
Damn.
coin
Alright.
to you.
Dear Olivor.
You hand over to him as you walk by, because tossing 20 coins in there, or do you hand it to him?
I'm gonna toss them in the air.
So you toss them in the air, raining golden coins down upon him. They kind of like just ting, ting, ting off of his armor and fall to the ground as you see the pseudo dragon kind of like whisper through the dirt and grass and then start snagging them up one by one as quick as possible and taking them over to Connor, who goes, "Oh, look, Alfar, you have made some gold. Don't worry, I'll keep good track of this for you," and stuffs them in his bag. So the party continues westward towards El Terrell, leaving the Silver Talons in their wake.
Olivor.
So the rest of the
Not the dog.
afternoon and into the evening goes by uneventful.
What a quick Saturday.
Quicker than the first
Flew
Saturday.
on by that Saturday.
So the party beds down for the night. As Carter goes to lay down, making a fire, and glances over to it. Baranus seeing the glance from Carter to the fire. As the night moves on with no interruption. And on to the fourth day.
Sunday.
Sunday now.
Sunday.
Baranus,
Yes.
roll me d6.
Ah, oh, shit.
No. Roll your good dice.
I
Your
rolled
good
a.
ones.
We don't even know what it's for. It's.
It
I rolled a
Does
6, by the way.
matter.
Natty 6.
You rolled a 6.
Oh,
No.
you're gonna die.
As you
It's a good
guys,
day.
You roll.
Oh, look, you're
you
breaking
rolled enough to kill Sarai's internet.
up.
Death. But as you guys make your way towards El Terrell, a bit of time goes by. Later in the afternoon, you see a town off in the distance. A huge, enormous town compared to Greenus, even compared to Berdusk. A second sun almost floating above this town in the sky above it, as you guys are continuing on through here.
Can I recognize what that extra sun is, and perhaps like what it signifies?
Roll me history.
But
But as you're walking through towards town, looking at this and trying to recall what this is, your mind wanders to the day that the party gained Araya. Saving her from the orcs as a prisoner, the trial of strength that you had with them, being called the little strong
Strongman.
man.
I rolled a 14, by the way.
14. You recognize this as the companion. Some sort of rare arcane object that floats above the city of Elturel, basking it in some sort of holy light here. As you recall, many a tale from traveling the land of the piousness of Elturel, them being a bit more in tune to the gods themselves, specific deities. As you guys do get closer, yourself as well as the twins would recall a bit of a grudge between Baldur's Gate and Elturel. Baldur's Gate being more willing to dwell into their own vices, whether it be any of the variety of 7 deadly sins that typically fall to those mortals on this plane of existence, to minor things, white lies and little misdeeds and such. Elturel itself being more of a holy town, a holy city, trying to stay away from those.
Oh, I'm gonna have fun here.
But yeah, as your mind wanders, as you're thinking of Elturel too, you're almost destined saving of Araya from the orcs and your strength feats. Anything particular your mind wanders to as you guys make it closer and closer to town?
I'm gonna be permitted access.
I'm gonna think about the fact that we're about to be in like a huge fucking area, which like I don't feel like we've really experienced that since Baldur's Gate. So I'm just gonna like kind of like relive like that whole moment and try to not allow that to affect Solaris too much.
I'm gonna stay as close to my brother as humanly possible.
Your mind wanders to moments that, as growing up, you had to watch out for Solaris getting into mischief with his tinkering.
But you're not human.
Boranis, anything your mind wanders
Rude.
to?
From that day in particular, thinking about how like she just wanted to like she had the what she said about like it all needs to burn or something like that.
Okay. So you're thinking about the odd words that Araya had said there, as you look farther back into the group to see that she's just kind of trailing along, no longer looking so agitated at the group itself. Still stone cold appearance to her look, but as you look back and look at her, she meets your gaze and attempts to give another smile towards you. Still an odd expression to see upon her face, but she attempts to give you a smile.
I'll just do that. Like I'll just kind of like
She kind of quickens her pace up and comes towards you and goes, "Something on your mind?"
not necessarily, just something kind of like popped into my head when we had first met. In those unfortunate circumstances of you being found at the orc camp, you were saying something to the lines of like it all needs to burn, but in a way that it was almost like a cleansing in order to, make way for new life.
Yes. My walk of nature is not one taken by many. I see fire as well as the other aspects of nature as a way to balance. Where one, as she kind of looks over to Soraya, may see the beauty and the waves and the calmness of the sea and the water, I see a new life that can be born from flame.
Certainly.
I'm gonna stare at them, like not like in like a obvious, but like just kind of like eyeballs,
Roll me stealth.
eyeballs.
Give me eyeballs.
Roll me your fire eyeballs.
That's a 17 on the die. Hold on one moment, please.
I believe
Plus a 2, that's a 19. Get fucked.
yeah, neither you nor I noticed that. As she continues on and goes, I was entrusted with a task from a close friend. As she puts her hand out and as a bit of flame kind of dances around her fingers. With you this close, you can tell it's a small serpent, like a garden snake, that makes its way between all of her fingers, and continues lacing it back and forth. Those that call for nature's imbalance will be purged from this world. They will feel the taste of flames on their flesh, one by one, until balance is restored.
Well, I love your whole take on duality and you know, life, the fire essentially being a cleanser of sorts, making way for new life to prosper that otherwise wouldn't. That wouldn't happen. That cleansing wouldn't happen to involve anybody in El Toro, would it?
If the town deems itself necessary of purging, then it must be purged.
Do I hear and
You'll
or
let
see
us-
any of this?
You'll let us know, right, if you're about to do the purging. I would like to be kind of out of the way for the purging. I don't want to be purged.
She continues walking, but you see her look up into the sky for a moment and just kind of stares off into the distance, deep into thought. As she looks back over to you and goes, your group has shown no reason to be purged by fire yet.
All right, cool.
Your,
Well, I just wanted to get that out of the way.
your one friend makes creations from that of nature, which intrigues me. So she looks over to BP. The other is like a sister from a different path. I have no quarrel with her type at the moment. The other one, she looks over to Puff, is an odd creature. I don't have much thoughts on him at the moment. She looks over to Carter and goes, that one is an interesting one. He makes tools that are not natural to this world.
I share your insight on that one, and it doesn't seem as though there is all to meet that meets the eye with him. Bigger things are afoot. I can see me myself. My particular sect of blood hunters, we typically seek to balance out those of the astral plane, making pacts and deals with lesser or higher deities in order to thin their herd. Per se.
I see you cut yourself often in battle. Instead of a peering of fire, it's a peering of blood. Yes?
Correct. Well, as one of the, druidic walks can learn to really understand is that the hemocraft magic was not born of sheer desire, but more of a intrinsic need to survive. My predecessors, the ones who started our order, come from a very hostile place. And hemocraft magic was created in order to stave off our own purging, to use your words.
I see. Well, you stand here, and your purging may be over or still in progress. But your group has no reason to worry of my abilities at this time.
Fair enough.
Well, most
Shall
of
we
your
keep
group.
going?
As she looks over to Carter for a moment and side glance. and then nods and continues walking with you.
Kind of like nod back to her and like a bit of like an unsaid agreement.
This whole conversation, Sarai, you hear, is they're not being too quiet between the two of them, but they're standing off enough that, like, with you showing interest in the conversation and not being noticed by either of them, you hear this conversation in total.
Do I see the little hand dragon snake thing fired?
The group itself would
Slither.
have, she would have like kind of held her hand out and it would have danced around. This not being the first time she's done this in front of the group.
Is about all I'm picturing is those little like furry things that are on the string that like you kind of like. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That's one way to look at
like
it.
the kiosk at the mall that is just like the little stringy thing.
That's one way to think about it. I
I'm
didn't think about it like that.
That's all I'm picturing right now.
The party continues on.
We'll go.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think as long as everybody else is, I'm okay with it.
Anything else from the rest of the party? Very well. So the party makes its way through a smaller portion of town here. Several guards walking around throughout the town here, wearing armor of that of like a knight. All of them wearing like red garments with silver armor and helmets. Upon their garb is a flame with a fist in the middle of it as they walk around, making their way through the outer city of El Terrell. As you guys continue walking through, you see a variety of people here, mostly humans, couple half-elves and that, but mostly humans here. As you guys continue walking through, getting closer and closer to town, coming into a large gate here, larger than any gate that you've seen, larger than the gates at Bergdusk, larger than the gates in Greenest itself. The twins would say this gate even rivals the size of those in Baldur's Gate, the many gates in Baldur's Gate. In size, how enormous they are, and the amount of people it takes to open and close those. This one very similar in stature and size. As you guys make your way closer, the city lined with a marble alabaster wall enclosing the main part of the town itself. This gate itself surrounded and adorned with basilisk designs upon it. As they kind of circle their way up and onto the ramparts themselves. A couple pairs of these same individuals wearing the red garb standing here as they stop individuals as they're making their way into El Terrell itself. As one guard turns and gestures to your group to come towards him.
All right, I'm gonna go over to that guard.
Brannis and the rest of the group follow suit. Brannis reaches him first and goes, "Welcome to El Terrell. What can I do for folks?"
Yeah, we're looking to enter your fine city. I saw the light from over the hills, and I just had to get a look at it.
Yes, the companion. There are many great temples here in El Terrell. Is there a certain deity you follow that brings you here?
None in particular. Consider me more of a scholar of those that roam the astral plane. A respect for your deities.
We appreciate the honor to our patrons. I'm surprised one of your stature did not make their way farther to the west towards Candlekeep.
It's a bit of a walk. It's a bit of a walk. I'm a little tired.
Yes, there's several weeks travel there by foot, I assure you. But you are welcome here in El Terrell. Is there any business in particular that brings you to here, other than wandering in search of scholarly advice? I see you have many within your troop.
Yes, actually, we are also looking for a particular person who was making his way out here. And I kind of like turn back to Solaris, and I'm like, Leosin? Was it?
Leosin, yeah. Leosin.
Puff chimes up, goes, "No, Leo."
All right, Buff. Take it easy. I was talking to Solaris. Can't read a map, but they can remember names.
You are looking for one Leosin, you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you describe this individual? There are many that come through these gates, and this is just one of the gates to El Terrell.
Well, I'm gonna look to Soraya. I'm gonna be like, you're good with faces.
I can tell you what his crest looks like.
He's part of an organization.
He's a monk.
There are many monks that enter the town. I need more than this, ma'am.
It is. It is a. Oh, you have the thing with the thing and the chain in your pocket.
Have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
As you pull out
I'm gonna hold out the dragon silver pendant thing.
So you pull out the silver dragon pendant and you hold it up to him and goes, "Oh, it's quite great craftsmanship there, sir, if you've made that yourself," as he just looks towards BP that's behind you at this point. Must be one, an engineer of some sort, but no, there might be many craftsmen in town that could make something of that sort, but I myself don't know of any factions or organizations or troops that have that as their calling, unfortunately.
Okay.
Do I remember what he's with? Because all I have down is like Tiamat and.
Yeah, can I like close my eyes and like do like what kind of check would that be like to like remember what he looked like?
History.
I want to say he had short blonde hair.
That would be history.
I pictured him bald. Can I give him guidance?
Yes.
And also, can I try to remember, like by looking at the pendant,
You
if
can
I see if I remember who he's with?
You can either give him guidance, or before you roll, you can either give him guidance, or you can give him the help action, or you can roll yourself. So if you give him guidance, give him the D4.
Well,
If you give him the help action, he will roll with advantage. If you wish to help, you will do your own roll and get your own modifier pluses.
well, I'm not trying to remember what he looks like. I'm trying to remember who he's with, like what organization he's with.
You would need to roll history on your own then.
Okay.
As
Can I still give him
Solar-
guidance?
No, you'd be one or the other. Because you're like your psyche's more towards that than helping Solaris right now. So Solaris, what'd you get? As you try to remember the physical
I
attributes
got
of
a
Leosin.
15.
A 15. Okay, good enough. You recall him being a half-elf. Not too scrawny. Good enough to hold up on his own, wearing mostly blue garments of himself. Blackish brown hair, a goatee and mustache that connect. You remember he had no pendants or symbols upon his frame. As you give this description to the guard. Soraya, what'd you roll for your history check?
I rolled a 16 on the die, and then I get a plus. Where'd it go? Plus 3, so 19.
19, good enough. You recall that Leosin, or Lanthar, is one of the members of a group called the Harpers.
Right, the Harpers.
The Hoppers.
Harpers.
You never heard of the Hoppers?
I really need to stop doing my notes in person.
The Harpers. I know they are a secretive organization of sorts. they themselves not having any footholds here that I'm aware of. This city and much of the land around here is part of the Lords of Alliance.
He was coming to meet people. Who? I don't know.
There are several taverns in town that one may be at. There is a pair of black antlers. It's a nice tavern. Adventurers of your own might enjoy it. It's adorned with weaponry and shields and trophies from a variety of animals. That's those that were patrons there decorated the establishment with. The other one is the Bent Helm. It'll be located by the docks inside the lower city itself. It's a bit rowdy of a joint. I do recommend being careful there, as it's quite infamous for brawls breaking out quite often.
Have you ever heard of something called the Order of the Gauntlet?
The Order of the Gauntlet. I don't know much about them. Upstanding warriors, knights, paladins of that sort. They have a there's a chapter house here in Elturel. I'm not sure where. You would best be to wander town. You might be able to find a member there.
Awesome. And which way to the tavern?
The Bent Helm will be in the lower city. The pair of black antlers, that will be located in the upper city.
And final question. Promise won't bother you ever again. Maybe can't promise that actually. Where could one get a map?
A map? You might be able to find some individual, some sort of trader that might have an extra map. I'm not sure. Most of our trade comes from livestock and farming of that nature. Not so much supplying of any sort of goods if we're venturing, unfortunately.
Right. So you don't have any like cartographers or anything like that?
No. We deal with farming.
Okay.
No smiths, no smithies or anything.
Basic smithing, nothing for taking on abominations of some sort, whatever your lot are into. Say at this point you notice his tone's kind of changing a bit.
We don't king shame here. We'll be on our way.
And pay your mind, no weapons in any of the taverns as well too, or else the Flaming Fist will be kicking you out. But welcome to El Terrell, as he turns and makes his way to the next group.
No weapons, my ass.
Bullshit.
As you say that, one of the other guards looks over to you and goes, "Well, we have a problem with your weapons."
Oh, I'm sorry. I imagine that disdain for rules was a cause for alarm. Of course, we'll abide by your rules. Certainly wouldn't want to incur the wrath of the Flaming Fists, or whatever you call yourselves.
Keep that in mind there, boy. As he turns and walks off.
Your
Fucking hit
attitude
me
in
with a
check.
boar. Jesus Christ.
I'll show you some flaming fist.
Yeah, you'll
Only you're a
get
monk,
a flaming
right?
fist. You'll get a flaming fisting.
The party enters into the city of El Terrell for their first time. So, it's a lively town here. A variety of individuals walking through the streets here. Not as crowded as those in Boulder's Gate for the twins to compare. Carts carrying a variety of fruits, vegetables, some even having lines of cows and that tied to them as the traders and merchants and that make their way through town. Individuals in a variety of get-ups making their way through as well. The group would recognize one group of individuals wearing more of a brown color robes with pendants and that on them of a single rose that comes up with multiple stalks of grain and that behind it, as the group would recognize that as a symbol of the god Shantea, a god that the group had met in Greenest. Being that of the clergy there, the group would recognize that symbol immediately. I won't make anyone roll for that one. Couple other ones that the group notices the most prominent one being a gauntlet that's prominent on the vestiges of these clergy that walk throughout town. A single eye on the backhand of this gauntleted hand that sits there, whether on pendants or on the vestiges themselves. Another prominent image that's seen throughout town itself is that of a shield that comes up and has a kind of like a fiery design to it, with a long sword going down the middle that's shrouded in flames itself, as these individuals are walking through town as well too.
There's a lot of cults here.
I guess we'll say that.
So you say that another individual stops you there for a moment. This one, his vestiges, a golden color to them, having a pendant on his side that holds some of his garb on, of like rolling fields, with a rising sun with the rays of it coming off of it. So he stops you and taps you on the shoulder gently and goes, "No, son, we are not cults. These are a variety of religions, respected religions of lesser and greater deities. We have no time for cults here in Elturel. This is a town of many gods. Please be knowledgeable of that. You don't want to offend anyone." As he looks throughout your group and gives a slight nod and goes, "Lathandar be with you. May he bring you many treasures of hope and new beginnings." As he makes his way off in the town.
Left-handed R's be with you too.
Oh, God.
Anything else the party would like to do as you're entering into this main section of town?
No.
Do we see any of the people that might have might belong to the same group that we helped escape?
Roll me perception. And how long are you looking for?
Just like a quick glance around, just like while I'm looking at people, maybe 5 minutes. Perception, give me a 13.
13. As you're looking around, you don't see too many individuals that could possibly match the description of Leosin's garb or anything like that. As you're looking through, you do see a lot of different merchants and traders and that, with a variety of garbs, from more refined silks and that to common farmers that are walking around with barrels of potatoes, corn, and whatnot in their arms, or pulling carts, or having a donkey pull a cart. You see a decent amount of these clergymen, some walking around with swords or maces strapped to their sides, others with nothing but a book in hand, or some of them sitting down and praying among some of the city street centers as you're making your way through town itself for the next couple minutes.
Solaris, do you mind if
Yeah.
you hand me the pendant real quick? I'm going to go and ask one of these other temple people if they might know where this temple might be.
Yeah. Make sure to bring it back, or
Eyeballs.
else Soraya will kill you.
Yeah, I got you.
I do glare. I give him eyeballs.
A bit of intimidation from both twins. Zaraya kind of looks at
I
you
look
like,
like my skin's boiling a little bit. Just a little bit. Just like a little bubble.
do you need to cool down?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, because there's a fountain there if you need to jump in and cool down. Roll me insight as you make
Water.
that face at her.
Nothing for me. That is the lowest I've rolled today, my friend. That is a 7 on the die. Plus 2 is a 9. It's a 9.
Even with that roll, you can blatantly tell she's being wholeheartedly honest. She's not being malicious of any sort. She's legitimately like, there's water there if you need to cool down.
What the fountain look like?
It's a nice fountain. It's got sizable basin to it. A couple kids are walking by as they flip a couple gold coins in, giggle and laugh off into town itself. The main design of the fountain is that of several humans building kind of like this design of a sort of like a temple of essence that has a single spire that comes up, and you can see like a ball with a torchlight that's been lit inside of it.
I'm going to make a mental note of where it is.
Okay.
And I'm gonna like tug a little bit on Solaris' shirt. And just like eyeball him and eyeball the fountain, and eyeball him and eyeball the fountain.
Go
I
jump
already
in.
have I have the pendant, correct?
Yep, you,
Yes.
you have the pendant. You started walking away while this is happening. Like you've been
Okay,
given
cool.
the
Just wanted to
pendant.
make sure. I was about to be like, bro.
Okay.
Easy.
I want to go, but I don't want to go by myself.
I'm
Do
gonna
you
actually.
want me to go watch you? Watch you
As-
jump in the fountain. Okay.
Please.
The twins
Let's
make
go
their way to
let's
the
go jump in the
fountain.
fountain.
I'm gonna follow them to the fountain.
All right, all three follow. You found Araya and Puff. They will also follow. As Carter, you're the only one making your way to a group of clergy that are sitting there. 2, 3, 4. Roll me a d6 minus 1.
G6 minus 1.
Mhm.
I had a 5, so 4.
4. Oh. Okay. So you walk over to a group, following the clergy that had previously stopped you as he makes his way to a group of other individuals in the same garb, silver vestments or golden vestments with the same pendant, either on their sides or with actual necklaces that come down. Some of them with like a kind of gown wrapped across them with it on the back or sides or whatnot, portraying that same rolling hills with the sun rising in the background. As they notice you approaching and go, a new disciple of Lathandar?
Not exactly. More of a curious adventurer.
Well, hope and new beginnings is always something that Lathandar has taught, internal optimism, and we will do our best to assist you. Your name, son?
Carter
Carter.
Slade.
Nice to meet you, Carter. Is the one clergy member that had stopped you before steps forward and goes, my name is Kelvin.
Nice to meet you, Calvin. So I had a question. By chance, have you seen any clergy people with this symbol on them? By chance?
As he reaches out and gently lifts up the pendant of the silver dragon there and looks at it and goes, "This is lovely work. I adore this. This is quite well. Did you make this yourself?"
No, it's from a friend's friend.
Oh, yes. Well, I don't know of any religion based around dragons themselves, though as you had mentioned earlier, my son, many cults worship dragons, a variety of types, beastly creatures to say the least, hoarding gold and whatnot, stuck in their ways, you could say. But no one of my knowing. But who is this that you search for, Carter?
A Leonis.
The name does not ring a bell with me, unfortunately, my son.
Or Leo, for short.
Leo? No. Nothing of that name. Is he part of a specific religion? You show this and say that he mention it to be towards some group. Can you give me a name or anything of that nature to assist you?
If I'm correct, I think the group is called the Hoppers.
The Harpers. They are a group of do-gooders. They look out for the realm. I myself have ran into a member or two. The easiest to recognize them is by their symbol. They're a very secretive group. Just be aware of that to ensure that you are not walking into something. But you should see a crescent moon with a harp, a silver harp and silver moon with a blue background. That is typically their crest that they have. I'm surprised that a silver dragon is what he has given you or shown you. But they are a secretive lot, not easy to find. Though they may find you when you least suspect it.
Now, question, and this is for a friend of mine, and he only asked me for any reason. How many deities and lower deity temples are there around here?
Specifically to El Terrell, currently there are 5 temples. My apologies. Here in El Terrell, there is that of Lathander, here in town. Obviously, being my own deity, I can give you a decent amount of knowledge on him. There is also the temple to Helm. It's a large fortress off that way, as he points off towards town itself. Interesting group of individuals. Another one would be a temple to Shantae. A very bountiful god. Makes sense for a town that is circularizing around trade of farming and that, for that to be a very prominent deity here. There's also Tempest. Very interesting group. More cult-like, you could say, but we won't call them that. Another one being Torn as well too. Torm is another deity worshipped here in El Terrell.
Now,
It's
Tempest,
Hoard.
why would that one be more cult-like?
They are an interesting group. Their temple, as he points off another direction in town, towards the south end, goes. They have a temple. It's the Hand That Swings the Sword, is the name of it. How do I put this nicely? The Tempest is an interesting god. More of a god of war. I don't know too much about him, as he's not at odds with Lathander in any way, but it's not the deity that I specifically would go out of my way to worship.
Thorn is a god of...
Torm is an interesting deity as well. He is one of the main deities worshipped here in El Terrell, god of duty, loyalty, righteousness, obedience, things of that nature. He is worshipped most prominently here in El Terrell.
Well, I appreciate that. I extend my right hand to him.
So he extends his out and gives you a shake, taps the back of his hand to you. Good luck to you, my son.
Thank you.
And if you need any further assistance, by all means, you're more than welcome to come and visit us. Lathandar's is the Temple of the Morning Lord. We're just up the way as he points up the highway a little bit.
Well, Calvin, I appreciate that, and I do apologize for my earlier comment.
That is fine. New beginnings. Always a way to start an adventure.
Mr. DM, would we be able to kind of like rewind back to when Carter first left and we made our way over to the fountain?
Yeah, we can hop over to you guys as you make your way over to the fountain as Carter's having his conversation. Say it takes Carter's convo about 5 minutes to happen.
Yeah. So I just wanted to kind of like bring everybody together. So right now it's just Soraya and Solaris with us.
Araya and Puff are with you as well too.
Okay. Well, that's perfect. The gang's all here then.
Minus Carter.
So I want it. So basically, like I kind of want to like get around everybody and be like, all right, guys, I just want to make this super quick. There is more to Carter than what he currently lets on. I had awoken from my slumber, and he had called me over to look at something that had inscribed itself into our fire, and inscribed in the fire was this. And I'll pull out my rendering. Through my many excursions and teachings, I found this to be a rune of an infernal origin. And yeah, this is if my gut is telling me, whatever my gut is telling me is true, there's a possibility that he has gotten himself in cahoots with otherworldly beings that he does not know how powerful they are. Keep this to yourselves, because he had asked me to not tell any of you. But considering that I am with all of you, and this could possibly mean all of our deaths, keep an eye on him.
He took my pendant. If he sells my pendant to some demon, I'll be upset.
Absolutely. We will make sure that doesn't happen. And the moment he tries to, off goes the hand.
I'm gonna go puddle in the fountain.
I will say, hopefully, his deal that he has with whoever is just between him and that otherworldly being. Do you know like what kind of pacts that deity might ensue?
I mean, yeah, I would say that I do. Would I be able to make like a check or something like that if it's
Religion?
I'd like to still
Or
be listening to
Arcana?
Let's do.
I will add your religion check would be less. Are you proficient with one?
I'm proficient in both Arcana and Religion.
Religion then. Roll religion.
And I still I'll be in the fountain puddling, but I still want to listen.
Okay. Yeah, you can like step in. You're just kind of sitting there like a kid.
You know how little kids sit at the edge of the pool?
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
That would be that's a 14 plus 4, so that's 18.
Okay. So you're sitting there pondering about the dealings of infernal creatures, these devils.
Not demons?
Not demons. Devils.
I know.
As devils gain, you can recall that devils gain power from contracts they make with those of the mortal plane. The creatures themselves typically can come off as very nice and have a way of being silver-tongued, ironically, to get what they want. But they, at the end of the day, are looking out for themselves and their personal gains.
Okay. So I like to convey that to the party as like the beings that or that have like descended from these types of runes and markings are quite gifted in the way of the gab, as it were. They though their intentions with providing the ones that people make pacts with seem noble and very altruistic, greater goods and all that, typically come with quite a steep caveat. And I just think perhaps this is all for some sort of greater good of some sort, but I think we owe it to ourselves to keep a very close eye on Carter.
We should definitely keep an eye on his actions and perceive them as such.
Yes.
And
I
appreciate
will
you for telling us as well. You don't have to do that.
No, but I mean, I'm rolling with you guys, so if harm comes to you, odds are it's going to come to me as well. But I'm going to do some deep thinking, and perhaps we might be able to save Carter from whatever this is done to plague him.
I agree. I think Carter might be thinking that he can take this on himself, but I think we could also help him if we needed to.
Agreed. Save him from this damnation, which he probably doesn't realize. Or maybe even does, who knows?
Say at this
Trust me,
point,
I like
the
a
party
hot place
notices
just like
Carter
the other
making his way
person.
back to the group.
Alright, I'm gonna put that thing back in my pocket.
Roll me sleight of hand.
Oh, damn it.
Guidance.
As Carter's making his way to the group, so he's looking towards you guys.
And I have very high perception.
Well, I'm like, shit, I don't have a modifier.
You have a guidance, though. It's a plus D4.
Yeah, it is.
Roll high, baby. Otherwise, this just got interesting.
Roll high, baby boy. Do good.
30,
Let's go.
30, 20, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Does that beat your perception?
My passive perception, or like, do I have
Passive.
to roll for
It would be your passive, because you're not actively looking at them. It's just kind of like, you're like, okay, they're over there, and you're making your way there.
it? You said dirty 20?
Yes.
Just barely.
Whoo, that could have been interesting.
Your arm wet, bitch.
You dash that back into your pack as fast as you can as Carter makes his way up to the group with the silver dragon pendant in hand.
Soraya, I think this belongs to you.
So you hand back the pendant to Soraya as she's looking for whatever she dropped in the pool.
Oh, well, I'll give this back to Solaris then.
Oh, no.
Did you find out anything?
Yeah, so they did say that there are about 5 temples here, but they did say that the hoppers are very secretive and that they might find us when we least expect it.
Hmm.
They did give me a symbol with a silver heart and a moon on their crest. Behind the heart. Can I hit right? That's what I heard, right? Can I history check that?
Go for it.
14 plus 3, 17?
It's a crescent moon with a harp in the middle. Both being silver of color with a blue backing, typically most of their garbs being blue.
Okay, so it was a crescent moon with a silver harp next to it and a blue backing to that crest, to that symbol.
Perfect. Now we at least have like something of description to at least give people now. Awesome, thanks.
They did tell us that the war alliance here is called Tempest.
Tempest.
and that their temple, the Lord of the Morning, their temple's a little down the way, and if we ever needed any more help, we'd go down there. I spoke with Calvin.
Temple of the Morning Lord.
Temple of the Morning Lord.
Being the temple to Lathandar. And the temple to Tempest being the hand that swings the sword.
Yeah, the hand that swings the sword.
Tempus for Tempest.
Oh, okay. So not ES?
Yep, Tempus.
Okay.
Tempus.
EU.
Pus.
Work.
Well,
Hook
Alright,
on
so we're-
founder.
other than that, is there anything else we need to do here? Seeing how apparently the hoppers might find them.
What do you
Did I
say we
get
go
my
to the
thing
tavern? Oh, yeah, let me hand it to you.
Yo, I get out of the fountain.
Get the scuttlebutt over at the fountain, or they at the fountain, the tavern.
Same.
I'm gonna roll. Is
A
there
couple
a red
kids
line
had been
district here?
watching you as you went in the fountain, as like they were trying to like put themselves in. Their parents were pulling them back. You get a couple stink eyes from some of the parents.
Me? No.
You
I would
get
never.
stink eye.
No.
Is there a red? Is there a red light district here?
The twins, roll me history.
Okay. We talking prostitutes. Oh, nope.
We talking about puddles.
You got 16.
Puddles.
What'd you get, Sarai?
I got a 10.
Sarai, as Carter asked about red light districts, you're a little bit more occupied with like the dirty looks that you're getting from parents near the fountain here. Solaris, you're not too worried about their looks or what's going on with these kids. Them not being a concern to you in any way. As you are able to recall that Elturel, being more of a pious town, likely would not have something of that. But Baldur's Gate, where any vice can be satisfied, would be a town that Carter might like for that.
Let's just say we're not really in a sin city. We're really on a city where you get on your knees to pray. So yeah, you're not really gonna find that, unfortunately. But if we ever find ourselves in my hometown, like, trust me, I'd hook you up real quick.
Baltimore?
Good morning, Baltimore.
Well, I guess to the tavern it is then.
I'm in.
Which tavern?
What are the names again?
You have a pair of black antlers and the bent helm.
I like the idea of a pair of black antlers.
Ditto.
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting horny.
Let's go.
It's
A pair
the party
of
makes its way to
black
the black antlers.
Let's go to the rack.
Not the rack.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're going there, are we? As standing amongst the group, without anyone noticing him, because he had rolled over a 20 on his stealth roll, is Leo Sin.
Leo, I am so sick of you just sneaking up like this. It's not really.
It's really rude.
It came in handy in Baldur's Gate when you needed a slight assistance as kids.
Can I talk to you, actually? Can I talk to you? Can we talk real fast? Can
I go with you?
I mean, right now?
Yeah, right now. You and I need to have a conversation.
Sure.
Right now.
Just wait here. I have something fun for you. Just wait. As he points-
Fun? I don't... What? No.
No. Fun for... As he's pointing to the rest of the group, goes, fun. Well, fun for you, but fun for them as well, too.
Okay.
Let's have just wait here. Just wait here. Here. As he hands the party like 10 gold. Just wait here for a moment.
So Solaris.
As he walks with
Okay.
Solaris and Soraya.
Sorry, are you coming with?
Do you want me to come with?
It's up to you.
Okay, I come with.
As you guys walk off, you're able to dip into like a little like tent area. Leosin looks over at a couple of individuals, throws a coin purse on the table there, and goes, "Go on." As they just bolt out of the tent. He goes,
We got all this money.
I
Wait,
made
did we get 10 gold too? Real quick.
there is gold to be had for your group. I just don't need them wandering off without you.
Oh, okay.
So were you planning on telling me that you had any information about our father?
When the time was right. Your sister, being a little bit of a cool head, was able to take the information. I wanted to ensure that this mission that I need to ask of your group, though I know you have paid your debts, and I am thankful for it, I do have more to ask of you, as well as your party, as it seems that you are some sort of group of mercenaries, travelers, what have you, though thrown unlikely together.
I look like pasta water right now. I'm so bubbly.
But yes, my agents have mentioned, as I wish to ensure that 2 of my wards could get as much information on who they are. Have that option. You can do it if you want. If you wish to not chase down this path, I can call my agents off, and it will be easy. No harm, no foul. If you wish to know more, it will take me a bit of time, but I have things to ask of you, so dealing of information I felt might be beneficial, as well as gold for your group, because gods know you will need it going forward to pay for expenses.
So the information that you have, you're saying that if we do this job for you, because we've already repaid our debt, because we already did the whole thing by coming to Greenest,
and you did quite wonderful there. I appreciate your work there.
Thank you so much. So if we do this for you, you will give us the information and also supply us with gold. Here's the thing, right? Is information is not necessarily factual. Gold is substantial and factual, right?
Is this true?
So I need you to give me some type of security that the information that you are giving me is valid and factual, because if I'm honest, it's hard to say that like I don't trust you, because you've really helped us out, and don't get me wrong, I really do appreciate it. But for you to even have the access and ability to do that, knowing the trauma that my sister and I carry with us about it, kind of makes me distrust you a little bit. So I'm like, do you actually have information, or are you just kind of stringing us along for just another little journey that you want to send us on?
I will give you information, one piece of information that I have vetted, personally,
Okay.
as a token of good faith. I as of many of my wards that I have helped with the land, you two, I enjoy your company thoroughly. And with the events that are to fall upon this realm, I could see our happy times, as well as those of many in this land, ending at a quicker rate than I am willing to admit. So to ensure both our realm's safety, as well as the happiness that I wish you to deserve, and you will do whatever you wish with the information, I simply wish to provide it if you'd like it, I will provide that as I vet it, and I will assure you that the agents that supply this to me are of Harper origin. So be rest assured that these individuals serve my organization alone, and will look out for the best interests of the Harpers, and not
I have
any else.
a couple deals, okay? I'm down with this. We'll absolutely do this for you. However, we need more than just like the gold for the help. If you could make it to where like Soraya and I will have access to Harpers that may be in other towns, to where we can have access to contact your organization when we need to, because quite frankly, you're really difficult to track down. And anyone that we ask doesn't know who the hell you are. And nobody knows really who the Harpers are. And you know that you can trust me, Solaris, and my sister Soraya. You can trust us with the information of your organization and the members of your organization. So if you could just like put our faces out to your organization and say, hey, if these people ever come up to you, they are to be trusted, to where we can kind of be allies with people that are beyond you within this organization that you claim to be a part of. A trust for trust type dealio. You know our secrets, so we get to know yours.
Why not become a Harper then?
I'm gonna pull Solaris aside for a second, just kind of like turn around and like whisper.
Do we want to do that?
I'll say Leosin backs up a little bit. He gives you guys enough space that you can whisper to each other. He's not actively trying to listen in.
Because I don't like his stupid face. Okay. If we want to do that,
I kind of think we should, because like we're already doing the work, and if we join the organization, it might get us closer to finding out who our dad is, regardless as to whether Leo helps us or not.
Do we want to know who our dad is?
Little bit. Considering the fact that we haven't even opened the letter from Mom, I'd say that there are unresolved issues that we should probably face.
So are we joining the Harpers?
I think we're joining the Harpers.
Okay.
So we'll walk back.
I'm gonna put like a mean face. I'm gonna be like, tough bitch.
I'm assuming one of you... What kind of face do you have, Solaris?
I'm just gonna be like very like...
Stoic?
Straight-faced.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Alright.
I'll tell you
try-
what. Before you say more, Solaris, your sister does not seem keen on my offer. I propose this to you then. Join the Harpers, and you both will still have access, as you will be a Harper, and as long as you do not break our codes, which we will go over before your induction into the group, you still have access. Your sister is not a Harper, therefore does not have to fall underneath the rules of our organization. A show of good faith. You become a Harper, you have access to the same information I do, and I will channel it to you through our organization, and other Harpers will recognize you. Your sister is free to do as she wishes still.
Character growth.
Agreed.
Very well. We'll discuss this more in private. Just the two of us, of course. As we are a bit of a secret organization, as I'm sure you've been aware at this point. Soraya,
Seems like it.
you will still have access to your brother's resources as he provides them. Harpers will recognize both of you once he is indoctrined into the group. And we can take on this cult of a dragon as one, and save the realm, hopefully, and perhaps make a family whole once more. Or at least give you the closure that you deserve.
We'll see.
He motions to return to the rest of the group. Is there anything the other two of you are doing before they return?
I'm just hanging out outside. It's like,
It's a little baggie of 10 gold between all four of you.
you know what? You can have the gold, man. I think we should give Carter the gold.
Puff just kind of shrugs and I don't care, do whatever you want. Mariah just looks at it and goes, sure. I have no use for gold.
There you go, Carter.
Appreciate you, partner.
Get yourself a shiny new necklace or something. Yeah.
A couple minutes go by as Solaris, Soraya, and Leosin return to the group. Leosin giving Solaris a gentle but firm pat on the shoulder and squeezes it. And gives a slight head nod to Soraya. Well, after a bit of deliberation, I do have, as I said to the twins, a bit to ask of your group. It seems that these two are on board with the plan. As we know, there is an organization, I will not speak of them too openly here, don't need to cause a panic, but there's an organization that wishes to end life, at least our way of life. And I feel that your capabilities and your actions, your metal, as it may be, could save the land. And I'm willing to put stock in that. So, my proposal is to reach out to a member of another organization, the Order of the Gauntlet. It's not as secretive as us Harpers, but they are going to be an organization we need the assistance of to take on this draconic rising, I guess is the best way to put that. While here, we are going to meet with Froome. Ontharth Froome is his name. Nice human, very jolly individual.
And how would you know him?
Well, he's one of the leaders of the Order of the Gauntlets. I have worked with them in my past. So I have connections with him. But we need to convince him that our cause is worth his organization's time, as well as that
Trust me,
of
we'll get that approval.
That is what I'm hoping for.
You don't need a hope. We've got it.
Good. So, I'm assuming
So,
then
he is my mentor.
you know Froome.
Yes, he was my mentor.
Well, things just get interesting and more interesting with this group as it keeps going on. It's as if the gods themselves have smiled upon us this day.
Oh my gosh. He really just sat there and said it's as if the god. Oh my god.
Maybe a
Yeah,
specific
that's
god. Well then,
If you need a, we'll vouch.
good. And then I rely on you, and if you know Othar, you know his tendencies, so I'm sure the certain individual may be of assistance. As he snaps his fingers, and out of the shadows steps a giant wolf that the party recognizes as Ogrim.
Well, look what the cat dragged in.
You know, it's funny. It did smell a lot like wet dog when I walked into the city.
As he just kind of shakes his head at the group and goes, "It's good to be back." As Leosin goes, yes, more pleasantries to be had. We don't have much time, unfortunately. This other organization, the cult of this dragon, have had much time to prepare, and we are having to catch up. So, party. Going forward, we shall be working with many organizations. And I will do my best to connect you with them as much as I can. So, what shall I call you?
We're not prepared for this.
Sons of Vecna.
No.
no.
Before anyone
no.
answers, we'll call the session there, so that way you guys can discuss with your other two party members the name of your group as you guys get ready to go forward to meet Onthar Froom of the Order of the Gauntlets.
Why is everybody named like a thumb?
Yeah, Thumb.
Thumb.
Leosin?
Hi, I'm Thumb.
Thumb.
Leo Thumb.
Bitch ass. Bitch ass thumb.
Tia Thumb.
Tia
thumb.
Thumb.
Not Tia Thumb.
What do we think,
Thumb
party?
Matt.
What are your thoughts?
Oh my gosh.
I'm
That
gonna
was awesome.
throw up.
It's funny because if we didn't end thing and you didn't talk about any of this, my ass was gonna go ask if there was a mailroom to send Othar a letter on what I found.
Not me slowly connecting pieces of the puzzle going,
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
do this, we can do this, we can do this.
Oh, that's awesome. It was. I think it was a really good session.
We have to wait till Friday? I don't want to wait.
You have a whole week to discuss your
We
party's
gotta-
name. You have a
Yeah.
party name you have to think of.
Soraya and the Puddles.
The
I am
Puddles.
Soraya,
and the
and these are my
Puddles.
Puddles.
So yeah,
And we all.
Carter knows Onthar Froom. Things are getting interesting with Baranus now. Soraya and Araya have had some interesting conversations along with Baranus and Araya.
We getting some Game of Thrones shit going on here.
And something I'm very intrigued on that I wasn't planning on. Solaris joining the Harpers.
Yeah, we got a fief.
That I was not expecting.
Solaris
I did
is a
not plan for
rogue.
that. But the way you worded things was just like, it makes so much sense for him to join the Harpers.
At that
Why
point,
would
yeah.
Leosin not offer him to join the Harpers then? So yeah. This is going to be very interesting. I'm very intrigued how your guys' story is going to continue.
Hell yeah. Nah, I'm excited.
I have no idea what's gonna happen.
I'm gonna be by myself.
You're not. You're literally with me.
Yeah,
You
what are you
just don't-
talking about?
You have none of the strings attached.
Leosin made that aspect. I had him roll
You
insight.
a NSA Harper, girl. You a no strings attached Harper. No contract. Freelance.
There are no strings on me.
So yeah.
Fuck
By
Leo
the way,
too.
my friend Pedro put I follow.
Melora.
I don't know what god that is.
Laura?
Who's my lord?
Pedro, you've missed a lot. There's
Wild
apparently
Mother?
5 different supporting of gods here.
She's...
We follow the lovely Orchlich Vecna.
Hey. My D&D character follows Avandra.
Mine usually follows Saloon, but not this time.
Yeah, I was surprised that you stepped away from Saloon. Because I actually had found, like, little pendants and that for Saloon that I'm like, oh my god, like, they go get this. This would fit your character. But then you went a different route. I'm like, oh, okay. But now that we have
Maybe
someone
thanks-
joining the Harpers,
I mean, that's an
Maybe I will
incredible.
you might have to get a
That's-
Harper pin. Make you wear one. If you join, of course. You could always back out.
Do we get inspiration points if we wear the pins?
We'll see what happens. I have some fun things planned for you guys.
That's gonna be really. That's gonna be like an invaluable asset to have like that kind of access to that network of information gatherers.
I'm unstable.
Now the real question is, what goes into joining the Harpers?
I don't know.
I'm gonna lose my
You're gonna
brother.
get circumcised.
They smash a pee-pee.
Oh no, him pee-pee.
Oh. That's it, bailiff
Oh,
whacking
no.
And
pee-pee.
then the Silver Talons. You met another group of travelers.
They were nice.
Hey, I know who them are though.
You know who them are?
Yeah, Chris was talking about them the other night.
Who them they are?
Them they are, I think, from his campaign.
Do they think they're for they If
Try
they
that
think
again?
they are they
If they are them thumb,
if they are them think they are they thinking they right now?
are they thumb?
I'm trying to see if Carol has been a robot implanted in my life to eventually kill
The
me.
Silver
and I'm trying to
Talons
use
are not
this.
from my other campaign, though. Then that
All I
campaign
know is
were called the Dragon Scale, the Scale Main Inquisition is what our group is called.
Hey, I'm just
Alright.
letting you know this now. If you think I hit hard, wait till you meet Othar.
He's gonna be fun. I can't wait for that. And you have Ogrim back now too, so
And are we leveling?
not yet. The party does not get a level up yet.
battle.
You did quite well against the Goblin boss and his horde.
We
Oh,
lived
they have
through
no
two
fucking chance.
wagons. Two whole wagons.
You didn't fight the dragons. They just shoomed you.
We smart,
Shoom.
intelligent, and didn't
Yeah.
get caught by the dragons. I think.
Yeah, we
that
thought
causes-
therefore we am.
We thought, therefore we. All right. Well, congrats, party. Good job on today's
Thanks.
session.
That was awesome.
It's good to be back.
Nice balance of like role play and combat.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Still
You look
bounces
like
the
what?
mander hair.
Right.
right. The Mander Main.
The main.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why we're called the Scale Main Inquisition. Well, that group, there's two Draconics. I play a Draken, and we have a Dragonborn. We also have a, I can never remember the race's name. It's the Lions. And then the rest, we have a Grong.
Leonin or something like that.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like that. We have a
Leo
Grong as
something.
well, too.
Leosin?
And something else. Imagine that I got renamed him to be like that.
I'm upset.
Why?
It's too much. It's too much.
And you have to wait a whole week.
A whole fucking week, Manda.
It's gonna get me. It gets you through the week.
It does. It really does
No.
get you through the week.
How am
Yeah.
I gonna focus at work?
Yeah, because D&D usually means it's the start of my days off, so I'm okay with this.
I mean,
I get to the point where it's like Friday and I barely do any work because I'm just.
It's
literally-
Friday.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let the poor man sign off.
all right. I'm gonna go on mute
There
for a
you
little
go.
bit, guys. Appreciate you.
There he go. There he go. There he go.
Okay.
Look at him go.
All right, guys. Appreciate everyone coming through, checking out the session today. Much love to the Green Ranger. Welcome to the pack. I hope you enjoyed your time here. Thank you for the follow. Thank you also to, I apologize if I butcher your name, Ryreg, for the Prime subscription. Much love. Enjoy those emotes. Definitely come back every Friday. We'll be doing D&D. Hit the socials so that way that you can stay in the loop, as well as jump in the Discord. We have a couple DMs. Some of them are hanging out on the other side. We've got KZ_Fireheaded. She is a DM. We have Mr. Menchie, aka Mr. Fireheaded. He is also a DM. We have aspiring DMs as well too, so definitely hop in the Discord, see if we have a one-shot and all that fun stuff, or maybe down the line come play in a session. We might have some DMs that want to run their own sessions and you can come hang out. Not enough dragons. Let's have a 3-headed dragon next week. Let's let them level up a little bit so that way they don't get completely eviscerated. That might not be as fun for them. But definitely check out all of our friends here that are on Twitch. Give them a follow. Show them some love. They do their own streaming as well, too. No Straight Carnage. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens with some Straight Carnage. But yeah, so much love. can't wait to see you guys next week. You all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Hopefully it's fun. Throw him a Hydra at him? Oh, okay. I mean, like, we do have a redemption for, like, a surprise encounter. Save up to 50,000, and you could tell me an encounter. I'll make it, and I'll throw it at him at some point. As well as D&D me, where you and me will sit down, whether it's live on stream or in Discord, and I'll make a D&D character of you, and I might throw you in a campaign, might throw you in a one-shot. Or you can just have a fun character that I made of you. So, no. Okay. KZ's telling me no. So, much love, everybody. I will see you all next time. Have a great rest of your weekend. Enjoy your nights. And we'll see you all next time. Bye now.